What's up, sports fans? This is the Lucas Ross Sports Channel, and welcome everybody to the channel. We are getting ready for our live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024. It is week number 5 action of the college football season. It's already been a chaotic day of week number 5 of the college football season of 2024, but we're getting ready for a showdown between two of the top teams in the SEC over the course of program history. But now they settle things right here on the field in a regular season matchup instead of an SEC conference showdown, or a SEC conference championship, I should say. We got the number 2 ranked Georgia Bulldogs at 3-0 taking on the number 4th ranked Alabama Crimson Tide in our game of the weekend. Alabama also 3-0. We are about 33 minutes away from the kickoff between Alabama and Georgia. We got pregame on the way for you. We're going to talk about these two teams when we come back right here live on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. We're going to talk about who the favorite is, and we'll take a look at some stats that have been happening here for both of these teams in their first 3 games of the year. We got Georgia versus Alabama, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. It's a regular season game of the top 5 showdown between Georgia and Alabama, and it's coming up next. More pregame on the way right here live on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action, getting ready for our game of the weekend, and it's a showdown between top 5 teams and also a rematch from last year's SEC championship. The number 2nd ranked Georgia Bulldogs taking on the number 4th ranked Alabama Crimson Tide. We are now just about 30 minutes away from the kickoff between Georgia and Alabama, two of the most historic programs in the SEC Conference, and they're both ranked in the top 5. It should be a good one, folks, as I've been looking forward to this game ever since the offseason when this game was scheduled on the calendar for both of these teams, and I can't wait to call it for you right here live on the channel. Well, it's time now to take a look at some stats, as both of these teams, they come in with records of 3-0. They both had bye weeks this past weekend, and they have had some extra time to recover before this big game. And, you know, obviously there's going to be a lot of hard hitting, and it's definitely going to be a physical game as well. Let's take a look at the stats here. We'll talk about Georgia's leading player stats in this one. Carson Beck comes into this game 56 of 82 on the year, 680 yards, and 7 touchdown passes. Of course, in the preseason, he was probably one of the front runners to win the Heisman Trophy. It's still not really doubtful just yet. I mean, we're still early in the year. We'll kind of figure out how good Carson Beck is going into his toughest test yet on the road. I know a couple weeks ago they had that win against Kentucky on the road, and that was a tough test for Beck. But either way, this will be the toughest test, and it's over 100,000 fans at Alabama at Bryant-Denny Stadium and on the new field called Nick Saban Field. Looking at the leading rusher for Georgia, it's Trevor Etienne, who was suspended in the first game against Clemson. He comes into this game with 24 carries on the year, 157 rushing yards, and no touchdowns yet for the transfer from Florida. So we're going to have to see a big breakout game from Trevor Etienne. He is the brother of Travis Etienne in the NFL, who used to play for Clemson, and Dabble Sweeney on that offensive side of the football. Coming into receiving tonight, Dominic Lovett leads the receiving for the Georgia Bulldogs. He comes in with 12 catches on the year for 155 yards and one receiving touchdown. So that's a look at the season leaders for the Georgia Bulldogs. Looking at the Alabama Crimson Tide, Jalen Milroe comes into this game 35 of 52 on the year, 590 passing yards and 8 touchdown passes. Jalen Milroe's been off to a terrific start. He's not just a passer, though. He can also run the football, and that's what Georgia has really struggled under Kirby Smart against dual-threat quarterbacks and scrambling quarterbacks as well. Leading rusher for the Alabama Crimson Tide is Jim Miller, a 5'10 junior from Tyler, Texas. He comes in on the year 29 carries for 265 yards and 3 rushing touchdowns. And then, of course, the leading receiver is none other than 17-year-old Ryan Williams, true freshman wide receiver from Mobile, Alabama. Kind of reminded me of Amari Cooper when he was a true freshman wide receiver for this Alabama team. He has 10 catches on the year, 285 yards, and 4 receiving touchdowns. Just off to a terrific start in his freshman season for the Tide. We can take a look at team stats now, as I'm going to pull them up here for you on the CBS Sports app, and we're going to talk about who the favorite is going into this game. We already know who the favorite is, but we just want to get to some stats here for both of these teams. And looking at the stats here for the Georgia Bulldogs, we'll start with them. They come in on the offensive side of the football, averaging 402.3 yards. That's 66 in the country right now. Passing yards per game, again, Beck, 256.7 yards. That's 48th in the country. Beck not off to the most terrific start in the early part of the season, but maybe this is the time for him to start stepping up in this game. Georgia running the football, about averaging 145.7 yards per rushing. That's about 84th in the country. And then you look at the Alabama offense. You look at them overall averaging 466.7 yards of overall offense, 24th in the country. So this is a very explosive offensive Alabama team. And then passing game, 228.7 yards per passing, 69th in the country. And then 238 yards of averaging on the ground, 18th in the country. So this Alabama team, they can do pretty much on the offensive side of the football, and then also passing the football, and they're running the football with not just their running backs, but with also Jalen Milroe. Defensively, for both of these teams, Georgia comes in only giving up 202 yards of defensive yards, 4th in the country. We know they have a top 5 defense almost every year under Kirby Smart. Passing yards are only giving up 91 passing yards per game. That's 1st in the country. And then rushing yards are giving up 110.7 on the ground. That's 41st. And then defensively for the Tide, they are not the same defense as they were when Nick Saban was there, but they are giving up 248 yards on the defensive side of the football. That's 11th in the country. Not too bad. Passing game, 7th in the country, giving up 115.7 yards per passing, and then rushing yards, 132.3 on the ground, 69. So both of these teams will definitely have to stop the ground game for both sides, and we'll see if both of these teams can do that. Well, keep it right here. We are going to have more pregame for you. We will talk about both of these teams' previous games in the first 3 weeks, and then also we'll take a look at who the favorite going into this game is and see what the matchup predictor is saying about this game. Again, it's the Georgia Bulldogs and the Alabama Crimson Tide, number 2 versus number 4, a top 5 showdown in the SEC Conference, right here live on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024. Getting ready for our game of the weekend between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Alabama Crimson Tide. This is a top 5 matchup between the Crimson Tide and the Dogs, and this is, of course, a rematch from last year's SEC championship. Of course, the Alabama Crimson Tide once again prevailed over the Georgia Bulldogs. These two teams have a lot of history with one another, playing in a national championship games, and then, of course, SEC title games as well. Let's talk about the teams here. Let's talk about their previous 3 games as we continue pregame. We're just about close to 20 minutes away from the kickoff between Alabama and Georgia. Let's take a look at the past 3 games. We'll start with the Georgia Bulldogs. First up, for the Georgia Bulldogs, back on August 31st, they defeated the Clemson Tigers 34-3 in that week number 1 action in Atlanta. That was an easy win by the Georgia Bulldogs, but Clemson has definitely gotten better ever since that game. Back on September 7th, Georgia defeated Tennessee Tech 48-3, a big win there against an FCS team. And then a couple weeks ago, survived a scare against Kentucky on the road back on September 14th, 13-12. So, yeah, that was the worst game that Georgia has played. But it's not the only time that Georgia has played like that. They've had these games before. It seems like when Georgia plays in like a small amount of a game, and when they get into a big game, they're dominant. But once they play like a small kind of game, they're not as dominant as we think they are. And with that win over Kentucky, but with that flat performance, they dropped to number 2, and Texas is currently number 1 right now in the SEC, but also in the AP poll. So that's a look at the previous 3 games for Georgia. They come in with a record of 3-0, and then for the Alabama Crimson Tide, it's been big wins for them in the first 3 games. They defeated Western Kentucky out of the Conference USA 63-0, back on August 31st to kick off the Kalen DeBoer era. Had a tough first half outing against South Florida back on September 7th, but they defeated South Florida 42-16, and then they went on the road and defeat Wisconsin a couple weeks ago on September 14th, 42-10. That was kind of the first real test for Alabama, but this will definitely be their first real tough defense that they'll go up against the Georgia Bulldogs with Kirby Smart calling the defensive plays. So again, that's a look at the previous 3 games. Again, both teams come in with a record of 3-0. Looking at the spread tonight, Georgia comes in as a half-point favorite, 1.5. It's been like that, of course. It's changed from 2 points and then go to half point and then 1 point. Matchup predictor does favor Alabama. They favored them about a 65.5% chance to beat Georgia and upset the Bulldogs. And then the Georgia Bulldogs, the matchup predictor, gives them about a 34.5% chance to go on the road and beat the Tide here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. So, yeah, definitely an even matchup predictor there. But, Alabama, of course, is a big favorite by the matchup predictor just because they have the home field advantage. Keep it right here. We're close to kickoff between these 2 teams. Again, it's the Georgia Bulldogs and the Alabama Crimson Tide. Again, the last time these 2 teams met was in the SEC Championship, where the Alabama Crimson Tide just dominated on both sides of the football, but they won 27-24. We're about 18 minutes away from the kickoff between Georgia and Alabama. Coming back here in just a moment, we'll take a look at the series history between these 2 teams and then also take a look at program comparisons between these 2 teams as well. Keep it right here, live on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. And yes, it's the SEC Conference. The Georgia Bulldogs taking on Alabama Crimson Tide here in just a moment in our game of the weekend. And it's going to be a good one, folks. The Georgia Bulldogs ranked number 2 in the AP poll, and then Alabama ranked number 4 in the AP poll, so a top 5 showdown between Georgia and Alabama in the AP poll. And also, we take a look at now the series history between Georgia and Alabama. These are two really good programs, and we'll also take a look at their program's history. Well, first off, Alabama does lead the all-time series. They have dominated the series 43-26. That is what the series number is right now. Alabama with a big margin in the series history. Alabama, the current win streak for them is 1. Of course, they won it against Georgia in the SEC championship. But remember, Alabama lost to this Georgia team in a national championship game in 2022. So it's been kind of back and forth as of late between Georgia and Alabama. You take a look at largest margin of victory for the Georgia Bulldogs. That was 35-0, where they shut out the Tide. Their longest win streak against the Crimson Tide is 5. For the Alabama Crimson Tide, the largest margin of victory is not really that far from Georgia's, 36-0, just by a little bit of a margin. But the longest win streak for Alabama is 7 against the Georgia Bulldogs. Let's take a look at program history between these two teams. Well, first off, national championships. The Georgia Bulldogs with 4. They won back-to-back national titles, of course, in 2021 and 2022. When Kirby Smart, of course, was still trying to figure, which Kirby Smart was still kind of young in his Georgia days. And then Alabama, 18 national championships all time. Of course, most of them coming by the one and only Nick Saban, of course, retiring after 17 seasons at Alabama. Kalen DeBoer now takes over and see if he can live up to the expectations. Conference championships, 15 for Georgia, 39th all-time, and then 34 for Alabama. They have the most conference championships in the SEC. And then bowl games, 62 for Georgia, 77 for Alabama. Both teams ranked first and second, respectively, in bowl games. Wins all-time, Alabama 968 second all-time wins in history, and then 884 for the Georgia Bulldogs. That's 9th all-time in program history. Consistent All-Americans. There's been a lot of All-Americans on these Alabama teams. They have 86 total. That's 4th all-time. Then 41 for the Georgia Bulldogs. That is about 13th all-time. Heisman Trophy winners. Georgia has 2 Heisman Trophy winners, and then 4 for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Of course, the last one came when Bryce Young won it in 2021. NFL draft picks, 411 for Alabama, 379. These two teams are known for NFL draft picks and also first round. First round NFL draft picks, 82 for Alabama, though, 3rd all-time in history, and then 49 for the Georgia Bulldogs. That is a look at the program's histories. Again, Alabama leads the all-time series 43-26 over the Georgia Bulldogs. And both of these teams are definitely playoff contenders heading into the brand new 12-team playoff era. And of course, you can never count out Alabama. They may not be the same program under Nick Saban anymore, but Kalen DeBoer's done a nice job in the first 3 games of the year. But this is his first real test as a new head coach for the Crimson Tide. For the Georgia Bulldogs, their struggle against Kentucky a couple weeks ago, can they have a better game? We'll find out. We still got more pregame on the way, but we should have kickoff in just a moment as well. We got a good one for you. Again, it's Georgia versus Alabama in week number 5 action of the 2024 college football season in the SEC Conference, right here live on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024. Week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. We are getting ready for kickoff between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Alabama Crimson Tide. Number 2 versus number 4 in the AP poll, of course. This is a top 5 showdown, and it's not a conference championship game. And it's also not a national championship. It's a regular season game. And when this game, of course, was on the calendar, I was just so excited to see it. And this is obviously our game of the weekend. We saw College Game Day, of course, earlier this morning. Lee Corso picking Alabama. Miss Terry, of course, Nick Saban's beautiful wife, was the celebrity guest picker. All of the Game Day hosts picked Alabama. We've seen some great games today in college football. How about Ole Miss going down against Kentucky? I mean, that was a big upset there. So that's already the other undefeated team to go out in the SEC. Tennessee is still undefeated. Texas also undefeated. Georgia and Alabama will see their one loss come. Which one of these teams will see their 0 go to 1? Alabama Crimson Tide getting ready to make their entrance. Kalen DeBoer, of course, first year as the head coach, has done an outstanding job in the first 3 games, but this is a big test for him as the new head coach. Of course, when Nick Saban got fired up for this game, he also had a game plan. Here come the Tide, as Alabama makes their entrance to Bryant-Denny Stadium and also on the new Nick Saban field that was renamed, that was named after Nick Saban, of course, in the South Florida game. Again, both of these teams, they are respectable, great programs in college football. And also Georgia, who won back-to-back national titles in 2021 and 2022. Kirby Smart is the head coach, former defensive coordinator for Alabama under Nick Saban from 2009 to 2015. He was there for a very long time as we are getting ready for the coin toss between the Tide and the Bulldogs. Jalen Milroe is out there. Carson Beck, of course, out there. The 2 respective quarterbacks. Jalen Milroe and Carson Beck, second all-time meeting between these 2 quarterbacks. They've been off to terrific starts in the first 3 games. Of course, Carson Beck, though, had a really tough game a couple weeks ago against Kentucky. We'll see how much he does redeem himself. We'll see what the coin toss is. Georgia's going to call it. They call it a tails. It is tails, so Georgia won the toss. They defer, so they will put their defense out on the field. So we will see what Alabama does on the offense. Georgia's going to be in the white uniforms tonight with the black numbers, the old gray pants, and the old red Georgia helmet with the G on the side. And then Alabama wearing the old crimson uniforms with the numbers on the side of the helmets, red helmet, and then the old white pants. Alabama's never worn an alternate uniform, it seems like, in the history of college football. 100,000 fans on hand for a night game showdown in the SEC. Georgia and Alabama. We are getting ready for a top 5 showdown. If you are a Georgia fan, be sure to like this and share this video and say "Go Dogs" in the chat. Or if you're an Alabama fan, say "Roll Tide." So Alabama will receive the opening kickoff. Georgia is going to kick off. Again, they won the toss. They have deferred to the second half, so they will put their defense out on the field. And I do trust Kirby Smart to put his defense out on the field, and so did Carson Beck, the captain of the team. First all-time regular season meeting since 2020. Alabama, of course, won it at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. That was the last time these two teams met in the regular season. But again, Alabama does lead the all-time series 43-26. Of course, most of them games coming in national title games or conference championship games. Ball is all teed up. Georgia Bulldogs will kick off. And here we go. And we're underway. Kickoff's going to be returnable. Taken from the 5-yard line to the 15, 20, 25, to the 30. Nice return to the 33 to maybe the 34-yard line. That is how you want to start if you're an Alabama fan. Jalen Milroe, the quarterback for Alabama, 67% completion percentage on the year, 8 touchdowns, no picks yet, and 6 rushing touchdowns. Had a great game against Wisconsin a couple weeks ago on the road. And this will be the first tough defense that Alabama's offense will face under Kalen DeBoer. Ball was actually marked back at the 30-yard line. Milroe will go out of the shotgun here on 1st and 10. Milroe takes a snap. Milroe throws a quick strike to the outside. It's complete. Ryan Williams, number 2, the 17-year-old, playing in the biggest game of his life as a receiver. He makes the catch, and it's a positive gain, maybe a 7-yard gain. Alabama goes quick tempo here. We saw that, of course, a couple weeks ago when we had Alabama in our last broadcast. Milroe will go out of the shotgun, throws a quick strike to the outside. It's complete and immediately tackled. There is a flag down on the play. We will see what the flag is for here. Just underway here. That's an illegal formation against the Crimson Tide, so an early flag here against the Tide. You got to feel like the nerves are starting to kind of settle in here between both of these teams. They're just trying to fill each other out just a little bit. So it looks like Alabama had 5 players in the backfield. That's what the penalty was. So that will make it a 2nd down. That'll repeat the play. 2nd down and about, seeing what the yardage is here on 2nd down. Actually, it's a 3rd and 3. So Georgia declined the penalty, it looks like. Actually, 2nd down and 3. The graphics say 3rd down and 3, but instead it is 2nd and 3. 2nd and 8, the penalty. Little technical difficulties there. Milroe out of the shotgun on 2nd and 7. He'll throw. Milroe in trouble early, and down he goes. Dragged down to the original line of scrimmage. I really don't want to count that as a sack, but Georgia gets all over him. 3rd down coming up. Again, this Georgia defensive line, they are hungry in this game. And also, they are just a defense that is very tough to get past when Kirby Smart calls these big games. 3rd down and 7, no gain. Milroe out of the shotgun. Georgia jump. It's going to be a 5-yard penalty. It's a free play, though. Milroe to the outside. Ryan Williams incomplete. On the outside, couldn't control it, but it is a 5-yard penalty, it looks like, against the defense of Georgia. So an offsides, 5-yard penalty. Going to be short of the 1st down, though. It will be 3rd down and a little bit of a yard short instead of like 3rd and 7. You see Georgia jump there. Kalen DeBoer is pretty upset after that last play. Milroe got hit a little bit late. Looked like it was a roughing the passer missed call there by the officials, but either way, it is a 3rd down and 2. 3rd down and 2, ball inside the 38-yard line in Alabama's own territory. Milroe gets the snap. Milroe has time, fires over the middle, pass is complete right at the marker, and it looks like it's going to be just enough for a 1st down at the 40-yard line. So Bernard makes the catch, number 5 for the Tide. Good blocking by the offensive line for Alabama to give Milroe some time, and a good quick throw by Jalen Milroe. First down for the Tide at the 40-yard line. Milroe out of the shotgun, sends his tight end in motion to the left. Now his running back goes to his left. Now goes a motion to the left. This is a jet sweep here to the left side to Bernard, to the 45, to the 50, gets a first down as he goes out of bounds, and he's down at about that 49-yard line in Georgia territory. So Alabama now with 2 first downs to start their first drive of this ball game. Alabama goes quickly to the line here. Just underway, 12:37 to go in the first quarter. No score. Milroe to throw here on first down. Milroe's going to take a deep shot downfield. Got a man down inside the 15-yard line. It's Henderson Jr., number 3, with the catch. And a big first down play by the Tide. Henderson Jr. just beat out Humphrey. Alabama goes quickly to the 15-yard line, and they'll hand it off here right side. We got a flag down. Number 26, Miller, with the carry. And got a holding call here. Knew it was a holding because obviously when you run to the outside edge, you're going to get those penalties happen. So second penalty here for Alabama on this drive here. 12:19 to go. Alabama with a big play, but after that penalty flag, gets a 10-yard penalty, 1st and 20. Ball will be backed up at the 25-yard line. Milroe out of the shotgun. Georgia stacks up with 4 guys on that defensive line. Milroe all by himself in the backfield. Takes the snap. Pressure coming. Milroe in trouble. Gets away from pressure. Milroe pump fakes to the 20, 15, 10. And did Milroe get the first down there? It looked like he's going to be so close, but what a play by Jalen Milroe to get away from pressure and pick up a huge yardage play on the run by Milroe. Well, I tell you what, that's what Georgia has so much problems with when they go up against like a scrambling quarterback and a dual threat. Kirby Smart's defenses have had some problems over the years under Georgia, not just under Georgia, but under Alabama as well when he was defensive coordinator. 2nd down and 4 after that big yardage. Milroe out of the shotgun takes the snap. He's going to keep it for himself. Milroe to the 5, and he's got a first down. It will be 1st and goal at about that 2-yard line. Milroe with a nice run, and now Alabama's in the red zone, and they're also 2 yards away from putting the first points on the scoreboard here. Boy, this is a tough offense to stop. 10:44 to go in this first quarter. We got a scoreless ball game, but Alabama's striking here. Milroe out of the shotgun. 3 receivers to the left. Milroe hands it off up the middle to his tailback, and he goes in standing up. Touchdown Alabama, but there's a flag down. Hold the phone. False start against Alabama. Wow, 3 penalties on Alabama on this first drive. But it seems like when they made these mistakes, they correct those. And they get a big yardage play. Boy, that would have been the first touchdown of the ball game for the Tide if they just did not move. And you can see the coaching staff very frustrated as I look on my screen. 3 penalties already for 20 yards for the Tide. Ball now backed up behind that 5-yard line. It's inside the 7. 1st and goal. Milroe out of the shotgun, takes the snap. He's going to keep it for himself. Milroe, 5, touchdown, Crimson Tide. And after a lot of mistakes, Alabama's the first one to strike. 7-yard rushing touchdown for Milroe, his 7th of the season. What a start for the Alabama Crimson Tide. 8 plays, 70-yard drive, and that took them 4 minutes and 49 seconds. And now they'll attempt the extra point here to put them up 7-0 with just 10-11 to go in the first quarter, and that's what they do. Jalen Milroe, a couple of 3 throws, and then, of course, the running game by Jalen Milroe's legs. That's what Georgia's got to really stop here tonight. But Alabama strikes first blood. Your score with 10-11 to play in the first quarter of play. Alabama 7, Georgia 0. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. Alabama strikes first. They lead 7-0 against the Georgia Bulldogs with 10-11 to go in the first quarter of play. Jalen Milroe with a 7-yard rushing touchdown, his 6th one of the season. Alabama kicks off. It was an 8-play drive. And Georgia's going to return it from the end zone, 15 to the 20, and tripped up right around that 21-yard line. So here comes Carson Beck, number 15 for Georgia. 68% completion percentage, 680 yards on the season, and then 7 touchdowns and no picks either. So both of these quarterbacks coming into tonight with similar completion percentage at 60 high percent, and then also no interceptions on the year. Carson Beck out of the shotgun here on 1st down and 10 at the 20-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 1, 2 to the right. Beck out of the shotgun, takes a snap. Beck will throw across the middle, complete, lobbing pass complete to the 35-yard line. And finally, Alabama stops him after they couldn't bring him down. And there's a little bit of pushing and shoving here between these two teams early in this ball game. Alabama's drive all ago, it was 8 plays, with 3 penalties on the drive, and they score with 4 minutes and 39 seconds into this one. So a great start for the Tide offense. First time that Georgia has given up an opening drive touchdown on the season. Beck out the shotgun on the 35, takes a snap, fakes it. Now Beck's going to take a deep shot here. He's got a man out there, incomplete. Off the hands of his intended receiver. That ball was dropped at around that 11-yard, or about that 15-yard line. Not a bad throw, though, by Carson Beck. It was right on the money. In and out of the hands. Smith, the intended receiver, number 11 for Georgia. Ball at the 35-yard line, 2nd down and 10 after that incompletion. Beck will go out of the shotgun, completed his first pass a while ago. Beck will throw a quick throw here to the left side. Spin move by Etienne. He makes the catch, and he gets out to about that 40-yard line. And Alabama's pointing in their direction, thinking it was a fumble, but Georgia looks like they have it. So looks like the ball did officially come out, but it looks like Georgia was able to get on top of it. Boy, you cannot have mistakes here in this game, in a big game like this. And yes, Georgia did fumble the football. Boy, Alabama almost got a fumble opportunity there. That would have been an early devastating turnover by this Georgia team. We got the previous plays under further review, I guess, to look at the fumble. Let's take a look at who recovered this fumble. And yeah, Georgia got back on top of it, so I don't know what the officials are doing. I guess to see if Etienne's knee was down, but definitely it was a fumble. See, I don't know why they're reviewing this. I guess to see if the knee was down before, but no, it's a fumble. $8:51 to go in this first quarter of play. It's been a really good action-packed college football weekend. Kentucky upsetting Ole Miss today. Number 6 Ole Miss, the only top 10 team to go down today. Texas beat Mississippi State after a pretty slow start. USC with a second half comeback against Wisconsin. And then Penn State's playing against Old Illinois right now. We'll have a lot of score updates for you throughout this game. Meanwhile, back to action, 3rd down and 6. Ball at the 39 for Georgia. Beck out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Looking to throw. Beck going to lob it downfield here. Pass is complete at the 31-yard line, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be an offensive pass interference on this Georgia receiver. That's Lovett. And yeah, pass interference on number 6 Lovett, who made the catch. He pushed off the defender, and that is definitely not what you want. If you're this Georgia team, you got to be really non-emotional in this game. I know it's a big game. Things are going to run high in this one, but you could not do that in a big game like this. So now with 3rd down is now a 3rd down and 21. Long way to go for Georgia in this tough environment. Over 100,000 fans. 100,077 is what I heard earlier. Beck out of the shotgun. Takes the snap. Drops to throw. Beck got another lob it downfield here, and this one is incomplete. Well out of bounds. And Georgia goes 3 and out on their first drive of the ball game. Score update for you. Penn State and Illinois tied up at 7-all with 2:36 to go in the first quarter of play. Michigan beats Minnesota 27-24. Boy, Minnesota almost coming back from behind in that game. But again, We saw also Oklahoma beat Auburn on the road in a 11-point comeback. Just a lot of interesting games tonight and also throughout the day. Meanwhile, Alabama's going to return it with their punt. And looks like Ryan Williams made the return, but it's close to that 20-yard line. We will see the Alabama offense back out on the field when we return. We're just in the first quarter of play, and your score is Alabama 7, Georgia 0. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. Your score as we're in the first quarter of play, Alabama 7, Georgia 0. The Bulldogs go 3 and out on their first drive. Last time we saw the Alabama offense on the field, it was a 7-yard rushing touchdown by Jalen Milroe, scoring his 7th rushing touchdown of the season. The Georgia Bulldogs Alabama had 3 penalties on that first drive, and they were still able to score. 7:50 to go in the first quarter of play. Alabama back out on offense. They start from the 16. They hand it off here left side of the 20 to the 25. Big run here for Alabama to the 35 and all the way out to about the 41-yard line. Alabama running the football here early in this ball game, and they are trying to just wear down this Georgia defensive line. First down and 10 for Alabama at the 39-yard line. That was a 23-yard game. Milroe will throw out the shotgun, takes a snap, going to throw it downfield, complete. Ryan Williams makes a move to the outside. He's into Georgia territory, and he gets down at about the 40-yard line. Boy, this guy is electric. Ryan Williams, the 17-year-old, he is showing his quickness. A little sidestep, making a man miss. Milroe, quick throw here to the right side. It's complete. 45 or 35, 30, and all the way out to close to that 20-yard line. 19-yard reception and another first down for the Tide. Boy, this Alabama team, I'm telling you, they are off to a terrific start. Just wearing down that Georgia defense. Georgia doing some substituting here. Ball is now inside that 21-yard line. Fourth play of the current drive. It's been a quick drive here for this Alabama team. Milroe gets a snap. He'll hand it off here to right side. Collision head-to-head and gets about a couple yards to about that 19-yard line. Carry by Haynes, number 22 for Alabama. 66 rushing yards already in this ball game for the Crimson Tide. This is an Alabama team that came ready to play. That bye weeks has helped them out to get them recovered before this ball game. 2nd down and 8. Milroe takes the snap, is going to keep it for himself, gets to the edge, to the 20, and out to about that 16-yard line. He'll be close to about that 15. It'll be 3rd down coming up for the Tide. 5:11 to go in this first quarter of play. Alabama leads 7-0. It's been all Alabama so far. Again, this Georgia team has really struggled against dual-threat quarterbacks over the years when Kirby Smart's been the head coach. But Kirby Smart was a defensive coordinator. It's been like that when he was defensive coordinator at Alabama as well. Milroe out of the shotgun, takes a snap. Milroe looks to his right, going to throw it here to the end zone. Caught, touchdown! Number 26, Miller, and Alabama up already 2 scores in the first quarter of play. Boy, Alabama is showing why they are still not the same. They're still not the team that was going to be a lot different without Nick Saban. They are showing why they are still the Alabama Crimson Tide. That was a 6-play drive, 84 yards in 3 minutes and 11 seconds. That was a quicker drive than last time. Extra point coming up to put Alabama by 2 scores and by 14, and that's what they do. The kick is good. 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns for Alabama. Milroe throws a 16-yard touchdown pass to number 26 Miller, the running back, and it set it up perfectly. We're going to take another quick break here as we're still in the first quarter of play. Your score is now Alabama 14, Georgia 0. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024 week number 5 action live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action, 4:39 to play in the first quarter of play. Boy, oh boy, who saw this coming? Alabama leading 14-0 over the Georgia Bulldogs. This is a top 5 showdown. Fair catch by the Georgia Bulldogs on the kickoff by the Tide. 16-yard touchdown pass by Milroe to his running back Miller, number 26, to set up the little bit of a running back receiving touchdown. Alabama's been pretty explosive on the offensive side of the football so far, and we've only seen a big play by Georgia that was about 19 yards. First down and 10. Georgia looking a little bit nervous out there right now. Let's see if they can regain their confidence. The ball is inside the 25. Beck gets the snap. Beck rolls to his right. Fires on the run. Passes incomplete. Almost intercepted by the Alabama defense. So that'll bring up second down and 10. Again, this is the first real tough offense that Georgia's defense has gone up against this year. The Clemson and Kentucky games, they definitely dominated on those on the defensive side of the football in both of those games. But this is a Alabama offense that's been really good on the offense so far. Beck gets the snap. Going to hand it off to Trevor Etienne. He's got nowhere to go. May have just about a couple of yards, maybe one. It'll be third down coming up for the Bulldogs. Trevor Etienne came into this game leading the rushing for Georgia. Third down and about 8 coming up. Georgia trails 14-0. Ball inside the 27-yard line. Beck out of the shotgun. Alabama looking to show blitz here on this third down and 8 situation. 7 on the delay clock for Georgia. Beck gets the snap. Quick throw here to the left. And that one's intercepted. Picked off at the 25-yard line and down at the 21. Boy, oh boy, Georgia turns it over. And it's just getting all ugly here for the Bulldogs in the first quarter of play. Are you kidding me? Carson Beck's first interception of the season. Alabama showed blitz on that play, and that's what probably resulted in the interception here. Oh my goodness. This is not looking like the same Georgia team that we saw in the Clemson game in week 1. Boy, oh boy. What a bad start by this Georgia team. Alabama's lined up inside the 22-yard line, first down and 10 in Georgia's territory. Milroe fakes the handoff, goes out to the left side, catch made by Bernard, and Bernard out of bounds around that 16, maybe to the 15-yard line. Jalen Milroe had a rushing touchdown on the first drive for Alabama, and then, of course, the second one was a touchdown pass from 16 yards to put the Tide up 14-0 early in this ball game. And then now a turnover by the Georgia offense. Could we see Alabama go up 3 touchdowns here with just 3:09 to play in the first quarter? Milroe gets the snap. He's going to keep it for himself. Jalen Milroe powers down for a first down. He lost the football, but he was down. He'll be close to about that 5-yard line. It'll be first and goal to go for the Tide. Boy, oh boy, I just did not see this coming right here. If I am either a Georgia or Alabama fan, I have just not seen this coming. Maybe you've seen it coming if you're an Alabama fan, but definitely not a Georgia fan. First down and goal for the Tide. Milroe goes out of the shotgun. Ball inside the 7-yard line. They go with the snap, and they're going to jet sweep it here to Bernard. Bernard gets to the edge, to the 3, to the 5. Did he get in? Yes, he did. Touchdown, Tide. And just like that, Jeremy Menard puts the Tide up by 3 scores. That's a 7-yard rushing touchdown. My goodness. And yes, Menard does get the foot in the end zone, just that 1 foot. And Alabama up 20-0. Extra point coming up. 2:21 to play in the first quarter, and Alabama sends it through. Alabama up 21-0 in the first quarter of play. A jet sweep to Bernard on the handoff gives him the touchdown. And this Alabama team is just putting up a great offensive performance. It is 21-0, folks. It is not a joke. It's not a dream. This Alabama team is just rolling on this Georgia defense. See the kickoff here. We're going to keep it right here. My goodness, this is the most points I feel like Georgia's given up under Kirby Smart in a first quarter ball game, in a regular season game. This is just not the same Georgia team that we saw in that Clemson game in week 1. Kickoff by Alabama. Kickoff is returnable. Return from the end zone. Out to the 15, to the 20. Out to about that 22-yard line. That's where Georgia will take over. This is definitely not the... We were going to say this is not the same Alabama team when Nick Saban, of course, retiring, but they're definitely looking like the old Alabama team that we've seen over the years in college football, where their offense is very explosive and their defense can make some big plays. That's been the case so far. Milroe's off to a terrific start. 7 of 7, 106 yards of passing, 1 touchdown pass, and getting it done on the ground as well. Carson back out of the shotgun here as Georgia's looking to rebound after that turnover. This is a handoff to Trevor Etienne. He gets past the 25 to about that 27. Mike Bobo is the offensive coordinator for the Georgia Bulldogs. Boy, what do you got to do here if you're the Georgia offense? Do you just throw the football the rest of the way or just try to get out of the first quarter and see if they can calm things down in the second? Carson back out of the shotgun here. Beck gets a snap, hands it off to Etienne. Etienne slips. No gain on the play, so it'll bring up 3rd down. I have just never seen Georgia start out a game like this ever since I started my channel, and also seeing Georgia under Kirby Smart. I have never seen them start like this in a ball game. It's been all Alabama so far. 1:10 to go in the first quarter. Carson Beck will go out of the shotgun. Georgia's 0 for 2 on 3rd down so far tonight. Beck out of the shotgun, takes a snap, drops to throw, looking, still looking, fires a short pass, and it's incomplete. There is a flag down on the play. Let's see what this flag is for. Pass interference against Georgia on the offensive side of the football. That's the second one that they have committed in this ball game. My goodness, Georgia's going to have to punt the football away on 4th down. My, oh my. I mean, who saw this coming? I did not see it coming, to be honest. We were expecting a smash-mouth kind of football game, but it's not been like that so far. And a timeout. Timeout called by Alabama. First charge timeout. Just 52 seconds to go here in the first quarter of play. Alabama 21, Georgia 0. What do you all think about this game so far? Alabama just putting on a great performance here. Boy, if Alabama can score on another drive of theirs, this game's going to just get ugly and ugly for Georgia the rest of the way. Jalen Milroe tonight, 2 overall touchdowns, 16 on the year now. He's probably becoming one of the front runners now in the Heisman based off of this performance. We still got a long way to go. There's the punt by Georgia. And goes out of bounds at around that 35-yard line. They'll start from the 33. Alabama has scored on all 3 possessions in this ball game. I don't know if it's the crowd that's motivated this Alabama team or if they're just come out really fired up to ready to play in this game. First drive of the game, 70 yards, 84 yards on the second drive, and then 22 on the next one. Of course, a turnover by Georgia kind of set this up at 21-0. Milroe out of the shotgun. They'll start from their own 33-yard line. Milroe takes a snap, looking to throw, throws to his left. It's caught by Williams. Goes out of bounds at around that 40-yard line. Ryan Williams already off to a terrific start here as well. Just 30 seconds to go. It's been a dominating first quarter by the Tide. Can they keep this up the rest of the way against this really good Georgia defense, which again has not given up a lot of points under Kirby Smart in the first quarter of play? 21 in the first. Alabama's going to just let this clock run out, and we'll go to the second quarter of play. So after that first quarter of play, a turnover by Georgia, a couple of touchdowns, and then a turnover, and then another touchdown by Alabama puts the Tide up early in this ball game. Your score, that's the end of the first quarter of play. Alabama 21, Georgia 0. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action of the 2024 season of the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024 week number 5 action as we're ready to start the second quarter of play. 21-0 Alabama in front. Who saw this coming, folks? Alabama will start the second quarter at their 40-yard line. It's second down. Milroe gets a snap, looking to throw. Over the middle, complete to his tight end, and down at about the 45-yard line. It'll be first down. Dupre with the catch. And another first down for the Crimson Tide as they get to Georgia territory. Boy, this Georgia defense, they are just getting nailed on the defensive side of the football, just getting outrun and then also outpassed. 213 yards already for Alabama in this first half. Milroe out of the shotgun as they will line up at the 45-yard line. Milroe all by himself in the backfield. Now looks to throw. A quick throw here. It's a patch by the receiver. There's nowhere to go on this play, and he'll be knocked down for about a loss of 1. That's a little bit of the first negative play by Alabama that's been the case here so far. We hope that Georgia can settle down their nerves here and see if they can get back in this ball game. We've seen some teams come back from 21 down today. We saw Minnesota almost come back on Michigan today. And then how about Oklahoma? They were down by 11, I should say. We've seen some teams come back from double-digit deficits today. And this is a handoff to Miller here as Alabama goes back to the ground game. It'll be third down coming up. Alabama running to that edge pretty much so far in this game to try to catch this Georgia defense off guard and make the defensive linemen run and make those linebackers back up. Third down and 5, ball at the 40-yard line in Georgia territory for the Crimson Tide. Milroe, it's a trick play, and a little bit of a wildcat formation kind of play. It was a trick play. Milroe did not take the snap. It'll be just short of the marker. It'll be fourth down. Does Alabama go for it here in the early part of this ball game? You're up 21-0. Do you want to be aggressive here in this one? And they're going to go for it here. So fourth down and 1. Milroe out of the shotgun, takes a snap. Milroe, read option keeper. Milroe breaks a tackle to the 30, 25 down the sideline. Milroe to the end zone. Touchdown, Tide. Unbelievable. 36-yard rushing touchdown for Milroe. Oh, my goodness. 6 plays, 67-yard drive, and that just took the Tide 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe this? Extra point coming up for Alabama to put them up 28-0, and that's what they do. This is looking like the Alabama teams that we've seen in the Nick Saban era, being that dominant of a program and also being dominant in their big games. They come out ready to play in this one, and Milroe escapes on a break and tackle, and the Tide with a great start in the second quarter. They have scored on all 4 possessions. Your score, Alabama 28, Georgia 0. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. Boy, in my years of watching college football, I have never seen a big deficit like this and a big-time start against a number 2 team like Georgia. Alabama leads 28-0 in the first half of play. Can you believe this, folks? I don't know if you ever saw this coming, but again, throughout my years of watching college football, I have never seen a fast start to this game. Boy, Jalen Milroe, 36-yard rushing touchdown, has given Georgia's defense some problems. And this offense just continues to be very explosive. But I tell you what, the SEC's got a lot of great explosive offenses in the SEC this year, including Tennessee. Georgia starts at the 25. Beck out of the shotgun, takes a snap, hands it off to Etienne, and Etienne gets the first down inside that 36. That's the biggest run so far that Georgia's had in this ball game all night long so far. 12:09 to play in the first half. It's been all tied. Beck out of the shotgun. Georgia's going to go aggressive here. They're down 4 scores. Etienne's going to get close to that 40-yard line. Gain of about 3, maybe 4. Last time trailing by 28 points in a ball game for Georgia was back in the 2019 SEC Championship against that national championship LSU team against Joe Burrow. Carson Beck out of the shotgun, takes a snap, blitz coming from Alabama, passes complete to the right side, and big loss of yardage here for the Georgia Bulldogs, and ball did come out, but it went out of bounds, and also the whistle blew. This Alabama defense also has come to play. Third down coming up for the Bulldogs. My goodness. Again, I have never seen a game like this before. Third down and 10, back of the original line of scrimmage. Back out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Beck has time. He's going to try to run for it to the 40, and Beck, he'll be close to that first down at about the 45, but it's going to be just shy. What does Georgia do here? Do they go for it here on this 4th down? Again, you're down by 4 scores. I think there's no use of it. You have to go for it in this situation. 4th down and 2. Nope, 4th down and 1, correction. Carson Beck out of the shotgun, takes a snap. Beck's going to hand it off to Etienne. We got whistles before the play. Timeout called. Timeout called by Alabama. That's their second timeout. 10:03 to go in the first half of play. We'll keep it right here. Alabama leads 28-0. 21 points in the first quarter of play. And then right out of the gate in the second quarter, they score on their opening second quarter possession. Some score updates for you. Clemson leads at the half 17-7 against Stanford. Iowa State leads at the half 3-0 over Houston. Illinois leads, or actually Penn State and Illinois tied up at 7-0 in the second quarter. And then Ohio State up 17-7 against Michigan State also in the second quarter. So that's some score updates. It's been a really wild day of college football. Some competitive games. Again, we saw one big upset earlier, Kentucky upsetting Ole Miss. 4th down and 1. Beck gets the snap. Going to hand it off to Etienne. Breaks a tackle, and Etienne makes one-man miss. It looked like they were going to have him stopped for a loss on the play and also a turnover on downs, but Georgia gets a lucky break and gets a first down, and Etienne makes a really great move. That is a big first down and a big fourth down conversion for Georgia. We don't really see a fourth down very often in the early part of this ball game. First down and 10, ball at the 48-yard line, and Georgia's in Alabama territory the first time tonight. They'll hand it off here as they go to their backup tailback. It'll be close to about that 40-yard line. That's Robinson, number 22, with the carry for Georgia. Still got some other games coming up tonight. Arizona will play at Utah. Utah coming off that big win in the Big 12 against Oklahoma State. Kansas State blew out Oklahoma State earlier today. The Big 12 is shaking up to be a lot of priority in that conference. And then Oregon plays UCLA tonight as well. Beck will go out of the shotgun here on 2nd and 4. Takes a snap. Beck throws it here to the left side on a quick slant. It's complete. And close to about that 30-yard line. And that's enough for a Georgia first down. So a couple of first downs here by Georgia. Let's see if they can get on the board with a touchdown here. Again, never count out this Georgia team, though. It's still early of a ball game here. Beck out of the shotgun here on 1st and 10. Takes a snap. Beck, pump fake, throws it here to the right side on a run, and it's incomplete. So 2nd down and 10. Alabama putting pressure here on Carson Beck in this ball game to try to make him look uncomfortable in the pocket, and that's what they're doing so far. Again, a couple weeks ago when Georgia played Kentucky, it was not their best game of the year, but again, they've been in situations like that, but they have never been in a situation like this. 2nd down and 10, ball at the 33-yard line in Alabama territory. Beck gets the snap. Beck, plenty of time, goes downfield, catch made. Inside the 15 to the 14-yard line. That's Smith, number 11, with the catch, and it's a first down for Georgia. That's probably the best throw that Beck has made so far tonight. He's 5 out of 10 after that throw. He was 4 out of 10 before. But now he's 5 out of 10 after that completion. 10th play of the drive for Georgia. Beck goes under center. And Beck, double fake, goes to the other side. And it's a little bit of a double reverse to the receiver. And a good gain, close to the first down. 7:13 to play in the first half. Don't forget, we'll have halftime stats coming up for you and take a look at some final scores from other games earlier, and then we'll take a look at some score updates for you in other games as well. 6-yard gain on that last carry. 2nd down and 4 for Georgia inside that 8-yard line. Beck takes the snap, hands it off to Etienne. Etienne up the middle. Gets in. Touchdown, Georgia. And Georgia desperately needed that one to go down. A 7-yard rushing touchdown for Etienne in this Georgia offense. So with that touchdown, Georgia can try to get back in this ball game. Now they trail by 3 scores. That's exactly what they wanted. And Trevor Etienne, his first touchdown of the season. And it's going to be a 2-point conversion try here for Georgia. They'll try to cut the lead here to 28-8. Beck out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Beck under pressure. Escapes. Goes to the right side. And the catch is made for the 2-point conversion. But there are flags all over the place. Let's see what the flag is here. Pass interference against Georgia. It'll be a retry the 2-point conversion, but that is the 3rd offensive pass interference called against the Georgia Bulldogs on the receivers. My goodness. Let's see what Georgia does here with the 2-point conversion retry, or do they go for the extra point here? And it looks like that offense is out on the field, so I think they're going to take the extra point. So, yeah, they'll go for the 1 point here, just the extra point. But it will be a long extra point to that penalty. That was an 11-play, 75-yard drive by the Bulldogs. There's the snap. Extra points on the way, and it's good. Right down the middle. So the Georgia Bulldogs get on the board with 6:43 left remaining in the first half of play. Your score, Alabama 28, Georgia 7. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. About 6 minutes and 43 seconds to go here in the first half of play. Alabama leads 28-7 as Alabama scored 21 points in the first quarter of play. Scored 7 here in the second, but Georgia gets on the board finally after a rushing touchdown for Trevor Etienne, his first one of the season. I just never expected a really fast start for Alabama in this game, and also a slow start for Georgia. But don't count this Georgia team out just yet. It's still a early kind of a ball game. We're still in the first half with 6:43 to go as Georgia kicks the ball into the end zone for the touchback. Well, Alabama, of course, has won a handful of national championships, but Georgia, back-to-back national titles in 2021 and 2022. Of course, one of those national title games wins for Georgia came against this Alabama team when Bryce Young was the quarterback. First down and 10 for Alabama as we're back to action here in the second quarter. Ball at the 25. Milroe, a quick throw here to the left to his tight end to the 45 or 40 or 45 and gets down to about that 46-yard line. Dippy with a catch, number 81. And another tied first down. This Alabama team, we have a flag down. I did not see the flag down, but we have an unnecessary roughness against the tied offense. One of the offensive linemen can't have that if you're up 28-7 in this game. Score update for you. Ohio State leads 24-7 now against Michigan State. That's Ohio State's first kind of real test of the season against a solid Michigan State team. So with that penalty, it backs Alabama up 15 yards. First down and 19. Milroe gets a snap, drops to throw. In trouble. He's going to go up the middle. Milroe, now look out. 30, 35 to the 40. Pushed out of bounds, and it's a first down for Alabama. You cannot stop him. Jalen Milroe just showing off his legs, Lamar Jackson-like. Well, I tell you what, this Alabama team, they are running all over this defense of Georgia. Georgia came into this game just giving up 91 yards of passing and about over 100 yards of running in this game, but they've already allowed this one to go over 100 yards of rushing. Milroe out of the shotgun, play action from the 42-yard line. Milroe goes deep here, left side, got a man. Catch made by Bernard, number 5, close to that 40-yard line, and another first down for the Tide. My goodness, this is just really a bad performance by Georgia in this game. Again, it's still the first half of play, but what I'm seeing so far, it is not the same Georgia team that we saw against Clemson in week 1. First down and 10. Ball at the 43-yard line in Georgia territory. Milroe out of the shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Milroe is going to keep it for himself. Milroe makes a man miss, and he'll get to about that 41-yard line. He'll be close to that 40. With Jalen Milroe, of course, showing off his legs and also showing off his speed as a running quarterback. Again, this game, he's kind of reminded me of Lamar Jackson. I think that would be a good comparison, to say the least. Milroe out of the shotgun here on 2nd down and 8. Ball at the 41. Sends his running back in motion. Milroe looks to his left. Now goes down the middle. And the catch is made on a low throw by Bernard. He'll be close to that first down. Ball past the 34. Gets it to the 34-yard line. Should say past the 35 to the 34. Tide was going to try to hurry up tempo here before the officials could review it. But either way, the officials will take a look at it and see if the ball hit the ground on that last reception. Again, your score here, Alabama 28, Georgia 7. It has been all tied here. Again, this is an Alabama team that just had so many question marks with Kalen DeBoer in this first 3 games. We'll take another quick break here. Again, your score is Alabama 28, Georgia 7 here in the first half of play. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football. Week number 5 action of the 2024 season in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live here to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. 3 minutes and 55 seconds to go in the first half. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football. Week number 5 action. We're back to action here. The ruling on the field was an incomplete pass, so it's 3rd down and 8. Milroe got the shotgun. Pressure coming. Milroe escapes from the pocket and goes to the right side. Pass is complete. It'll be close to that 1st down. And I believe Alabama's going to try to go for it here on 4th down. It's 4th down, and I would say about 2 or 1. Boy, Georgia's been doing a lot of substituting out there in this game. It's 28-7 if you're just joining us. It's 4th and 1, so a short yardage here. Alabama's already been 1 for 1 on 4th downs. Milroe will go out of the shotgun here on 4th down and 1. Milroe waiting for the snap. Delay clock down to 1. And Kalen DeBoer is going to have to take his final timeout. Looks like Alabama was trying to make Georgia jump off sides, but Georgia was not going to fall for it. Jalen Milroe has just been so unstoppable here in the first half of play. This whole Alabama offense, these receivers, defensively, they've been playing pretty well. They forced a turnover early in this ball game. Carson Beck, of course, throwing his first interception on the season. And Alabama's kind of, had the football here most of this first half. But Georgia did score on a rushing touchdown from Trevor Etienne. If you're wondering what the first touchdown of the game was. Jalen Milroe still out there on the offensive side of the football. They will go for it here on 4th and 1. Milroe out of the shotgun, ball inside the 34. Here comes Bernard in motion, takes a snap. Milroe going to hand it off here left side. He's not going to get there. Jam Miller stuffed by the Georgia defense, and Georgia finally makes a big-time defensive stand. And it looks like that was not the right play call by Alabama. So Miller comes up just short. And Georgia's now got a pretty good opportunity to go down the field to make this a 2-touchdown ball game after being down 28-0. Got 2:59 to go. Georgia with all 3 of their timeouts in this ball game. Last drive, it was 11 plays for 75 yards, and Trevor Etienne, 7-yard rushing touchdown to cap it off. Georgia starts from their own 35-yard line, takes a snap. Beck, look to throw. Downfield shot, intercepted at the 45-yard line. A disastrous throw by Beck. A second takeaway by the Alabama defense. You are kidding me. Boy, it's hardly, you don't ever see Carson Beck throw it like that. This was one of the worst throws I have ever seen. Carson Beck drops the throw. That is in double coverage. Throws it right into the hands of the Alabama defender. The interception was made by number 11, Campbell. And Alabama with the ball back after a turnover on downs. Milroe fakes the handoff, dumps it off to his tight end, gets it to the 20, past the 15, and he'll get close to about that 10-yard line. He'll be spotted at the 11, a 1st down for the Tide. Second interception of the evening for Carson Beck. This Alabama team, man, they came ready to play. Milroe out of the shotgun, takes a snap. He's going to hand it off here to Miller. He'll lose yardage that time. A loss of about 1, maybe 2. Harris Jr. with the stop for Georgia. That takes us to the 2-minute timeout. It'll be 2nd down and 11 for Alabama coming up after this 2-minute timeout. Your score as we get into the 2-minute timeout. Alabama 28, Georgia 7. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024 week number 5 action, 28-7 after that 2-minute timeout. We're back to action here as Alabama's inside the 13 with a 2nd down and 11. Turnover by Georgia. That's why Alabama got back in a hurry in the red zone. Milroe to throw, a quick slant over the middle. Ball is out. It's picked off, actually, but there is a flag down. Let's see. Hold the phone here. A holding called against Alabama. First down, Georgia, so it's picked off by the Georgia defense. So the first turnover and also first interception of the season for Jalen Milroe. So both quarterbacks have turned the ball over here in the first half. And it looks like the tight end for Alabama just lost control of the football. And Georgia's defender comes up after mishandling it and intercepts the football. So Georgia now with a great opportunity here. So both teams now have turned the ball over in the first half of play. Georgia inside their own 5. Beck to throw here. And that one's almost intercepted. My goodness, that would have been 6 points there. A pick six by the defense for Alabama. Boy, Carson Beck got a lucky break. That would have been his third interception of the evening. My goodness. Nice defending there by the Alabama secondary. 2nd down and 10 after that incompletion. Ball inside the 5-yard line. Georgia trails 28-7. They do get the ball to start the second half. Beck out of the shotgun, takes a snap, drops from his own end zone. Beck down the middle, incomplete, nobody there. And now it'll be 3rd down coming up. Well, I tell you what, Georgia's just had a lot of problems in this ball game. Third down and 10, 1 minute 45 seconds to go. Ball inside the 5-yard line. Beck with delay clock running down to 7. Beck out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Blitz coming. Beck throws it, lobs it downfield, incomplete. Nobody there. Carson Beck got the ball out of his hands on time before Alabama could probably force him to get a safety. Alabama's kind of screaming for an intentional grounding. That's what the announcer said on the ABC broadcast. Instead, Beck does get the ball out of his hands. Boy, I tell you what, I have never seen Carson Beck this uncomfortable in a ball game in his career as a Georgia quarterback. He was uncomfortable a couple weeks ago against Alabama. And ladies and gentlemen, it is an intentional grounding, and it's a safety. And Alabama gets 2 points. So with a safety and the intentional grounding, Alabama gets 2 points, and they go up 30-7. My oh my. More problems for the Georgia Bulldogs. This is one of the toughest places to play in all of college football. Do you think Carson Beck is just not ready to play on the road this year? But remember, this Georgia team hasn't had a lot of road experience. 1 minute 39 seconds to go. Alabama still has some time here to score another touchdown. And I tell you what, if Alabama gets another score here before the end of the first half, this game probably is pretty much over. I mean, it's 30-7, and you just did not see this coming. If you're a Georgia fan, I think at the same time, if I was an Alabama fan, I would definitely say this is not a game that I did not see coming either. We were expecting a competitive game, but this has turned into a blowout, folks. $1:39 to go in the first half of play. Don't forget, we'll have halftime stats for you coming up at the half. I'm anxious to see what those halftime stats look like. Georgia does kick after the safety. Ball will be returned from the 20-yard line. Breaking tackles to the 20, 35, 40, 45, and out to about the 50-yard line in midfield. Great field position, but I believe it's going to come back. It's probably going to be a legal block in the back against the Tide. And that's what the call is. We see that call very often in a game like this. Block on the backs, of course, happen in punt returns, kickoff returns, and also outside edge running. First down and 10 here for Alabama. Alabama takes over at the 20, 22, 21 yard line, it looks like. 22. And whistles on the field. All right, back to action here. Just a stoppage of play. First down and 10 for Alabama. They have no timeouts left, but they could still have time here to get down the field. Milroe will throw. Pass is complete to his tight end to the 30. Spins free at the 40-yard line, and that's where he'll be brought down at. First down will stop the clock as they try to reset the chains. Jalen Milroe threw his first interception last drive for the Tide, his first one of the season. Milroe with the throw here. Over the middle, pass is complete to the 45. Trying to get to the edge, but he'll be brought down at about that 45-yard line. It looks like he was just trying to get out of bounds, but either way, it's a good gain on the play. Second down. Milroe will throw again. Milroe over the middle, pass is complete to the same guy. Spin move to the 45 and out to about that 44-yard line. Another first down for the Tide. They hustle to the line here with just 53 seconds to go. Clock running. First down and 10. Milroe out of the shotgun, takes a snap, drops to throw. Milroe under pressure, fires it out to the right side. Pass is complete and out of bounds right around that 40-yard line, it looks like. That'll stop the clock with 43 seconds to go. And again, you got plenty of time here if you're Alabama. No timeouts, but you get out of bounds. It stops the clock. A first down will stop the clock as well. But again, if they go up big in this one with 37-7, I should say, it's definitely going to be a really tough outing for this Alabama team. A lot of double fakes by Alabama. They go back to the flat here to Bernard, and he's dropped back at the 50-yard line. That was definitely not the right play. Georgia read it pretty well. Third down coming up. There's about 20 seconds to go. Does Alabama go for it here? Georgia's going to take a timeout. Why? I guess they wanted to try to get the ball back here before the end of the... Well, there's 32 seconds now, so the clock did reset. Third down and 13. Alabama went with like double fakes everywhere, but that obviously did not work. And Georgia read it pretty well, so... So Jalen Milroe, again in this first half, one interception, but other than that, played a pretty big game here so far in the first half. It's not just him, but these receivers for Alabama and the defenses as well has just really helped the Tide out. Third down and 13. Ball at the 48-yard line as Georgia called a timeout with 32 seconds remaining in the first half. Milroe gets a snap. Milroe down the left side, incomplete. Kalen DeBoer screaming for a pass interference. And his face turning a crimson red. He doesn't like the no call there. Got to let it go, though. It is fourth down. Boy, I feel like Georgia did get away with a flag here. So it looks like Alabama's going to have to punt this football away. Georgia, 27 seconds to go. And Alabama will punt the football away. Delay clock went to 0. Delay a game against Alabama. Kalen DeBoer really upset on the sideline here. I don't know what the heck happened that time, but Alabama punts it away. And it's muffed. Fumble on the play. It's loose. As Georgia called a fair catch, but I believe Georgia got back on top of it, and they did. Oh my goodness, that could have been a change of events there. This Georgia team is now starting to get frustrated as they are going head-to-head here with this Alabama team. I think this game is now getting physical, and it's definitely turning into a little bit of a scrap here. "19 seconds to go. Georgia with 2 timeouts remaining. Carson Beck has had a really tough first half here. Ball at the 8-yard line. Beck out of the shotgun. Does Georgia try to go for the end zone here, or do they run out the clock the rest of the way? They go with a dump ball pass to Smith, and it's complete past the 20 to the 22-yard line. Stops the clock with 12 seconds remaining. Again, we got your halftime stats on the way. Nick Saban, of course, former head coach, is in the house. Wonder what he's feeling. Beck goes over the left side, pass is complete, and catch made by Young, and it's going to be a first down, and it will stop the clock with 3 seconds. So this might be the final play of the first half for Georgia. They do get the ball to start the second half, but again, you just did not expect them to be trailing this big in a ball game like this. So Carson Beck's just going to have to throw that football out there. Alabama's secondary all way backed up. A short pitch. It's complete to the 45, to the 40. Smith get a good gain out of it, but he's not going to get there to the end zone. He'll be brought down at about the 45-yard line into Alabama territory. There's some pushing and shoving after the play. Georgia really frustrated, I believe. That's probably just frustration. The Alabama coaching staff out there to try to... Oh, flag's down. I tell you what, things are still not over between these two teams. There's a lot of trash talking out there. So everybody looks like they're separated. Go back to their respective locker rooms. But that does it for the first half of play. An absolute dominating performance by Alabama in the first half. Your score is Alabama 30, Georgia 7. Coming up for you, we got halftime stats. An unsportsmanlike conduct was called against Alabama, and the penalty will be enforced on the kickoff in the second half. But either way, Alabama leads 30-7 at halftime. Coming up, we got halftime stats for you. And keep it right here. Your score at the half, Alabama 30, Georgia 7. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action of 2024 in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live here to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024 week number 5 action. Boy, oh boy, we did not see this coming. Your score at halftime in our game of the weekend between the number 2nd ranked Georgia Bulldogs and the number 4th ranked Alabama Crimson Tide. Your score at the half is Alabama 30, Georgia 7. Time now to take a look at your halftime stats here on the channel. First off, let's take a look at some player stats here for both of these teams. We'll start with the Georgia Bulldogs. Boy, oh boy, Carson Beck. A tough first half for him, 8 of 17, 8 completions, 17 attempts, 98 yards, and 2 interceptions. Boy, he's been uncomfortable in the pocket so far in this ball game. Looking at the rushing for Georgia, 7 carries for Trevor Etienne, 61 yards. He's been their big playmaker so far in the running game, and 1 rushing touchdown, and of course had that 7-1-yard one in the first half of play. And then you look at the receiving. Georgia receiving leading catcher is Arian Smith. The 3 catches for 64 yards, and his longest catch was 30. So he's been the big playmaker on the receiving corps for the Georgia Bulldogs. Meanwhile, looking at player stats for Alabama, boy, Jalen Milroe was just so consistent in that first half of play. 18 of 20 passing, 186 yards of passing yards, and then 1 touchdown pass. Had 1 interception, made a mistake there in that first half, but either way, he is playing outstanding football. And then his running game has been terrific as well. 9 carries, 106 yards of running on the ground, and then 2 rushing touchdowns. It's been all Jalen Milroe on that offensive side of the football. And then Ryan Williams leads the way in receptions. Ryan Williams had 3 catches and then also 36 yards. But I should say Garney Bernard was the leading receiver, 5 catches for 22 yards. And again, a lot of receivers have been catching the football here in the first half of play for this Alabama team. Time now to take a look at team stats. First downs in that first half for the Georgia Bulldogs, 9 first downs total. They were 0 for 5 on third downs. They've been struggling with that third down, conversion successful attempts. They were 1 for 1 on fourth downs. They went for it on fourth down 1 time in that first half, and that was the drive where they scored that rushing touchdown. Total yards, only 178 total yards for Georgia. They got to get that thing going. Passing yards, 98. We already talked about it for Carson Beck. 80 rushing yards for Georgia, just not outstanding offensive game here by the Georgia Bulldogs in that first half of play. They had 2 penalties in that first half, 2 penalties for 20 yards. Of course, the penalties came on offensive pass interferences, and they had 2 turnovers. So Georgia's going to have to clean up those mistakes in order to get back in this ball game. For Alabama in that first half, they had 15 first downs. They were 2 out of 5 on third down conversions, 1 for 2 on fourth downs. Look at the total yards, though. 343 total yards of offense for Alabama. That's got to be a record against a really good Georgia defense, of course, in Kirby Smart's time there. 186 passing yards. We already talked about it for Jalen Milroe. 157 yards on the ground rushing the football for the Crimson Tide. Of course, some of those came by Jalen Milroe. And then they had 6 penalties. Now, Alabama, that's been the biggest weakness of this team is the penalties. They have 6 penalties, but somehow are leading 30-7. They had 6 penalties for 50 yards, and then they had 1 turnover in that first half of play. That is a look at some player stats and also your team stats of the first half of play. Again, your score is Alabama 30, Georgia 7 at halftime. We're going to take a quick break here. Your score at halftime, again, is Alabama 30, Georgia 7. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action of 2024 in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action of the 2024 season here in the SEC Conference. Still at halftime here of our game of the weekend between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama leads 30-7 at the half here against the Bulldogs. Time now to take a look at some score updates and also some final scores throughout this week 5 of college football. It's been a really awesome day of college football, no question about it. We've seen some great games today, and then also we've seen some other great games that are still coming up for you tonight. Don't forget, we still have some other games coming up for you, especially these kind of big ones. How about Washington State traveling to take on Boise State? Washington State's been a surprise team so far at 4-0. That game going on at Fox Sports 1 at 10 o'clock, so that game coming up in just about 19 more minutes. And then Arizona travels to take on 10th-ranked Utah. Utah right now as the front runner in the Big 12, looking for a big win against Arizona. That game at 10:15. And then Oregon travels to take on UCLA at 11 o'clock on Fox. So that is a look at your remaining important games coming up for you tonight here for week number 5. Let's now take a look at some final scores throughout this week 5 of college football. Again, it's been a really entertaining college football weekend. We'll start with Michigan. They defeated Minnesota today. Minnesota only, almost coming back against Michigan. Michigan will, of course, win that one 27-24. Kansas State blew out Oklahoma State by 22 points, 42-20. Kansas State improves to 3-1 on the 4-1 on the season. They get a bounce back win after getting blown out by BYU last week. BYU, speaking of them, they beat Baylor 34-28. Baylor almost came back against BYU in order to kind of win it, but BYU prevails. They remain undefeated at 5-0. Indiana beat Maryland 42-28. Nebraska beat Purdue 28-10. Boston College survived a scare against Western Kentucky 21-20. NC State defeated Northern Illinois, the team that beat Notre Dame in week number 2. 3 weeks ago, NC State, though, wins 24-17. Syracuse defeated Holy Cross 42-14. Syracuse with a bounce-back win after a loss to Stanford. And then USC, they come back from behind by 11 points at the half to defeat Wisconsin 38-21. Notre Dame prevails against Louisville. They get the revenge on the Cardinals 31-24. How about Oklahoma coming back from 11 down to defeat Auburn in the fourth quarter of play, 27-21. Oklahoma gets their first win in the SEC Conference as a newcomer in the SEC. Texas A&M defeated rival Arkansas 21-17. A very competitive game there between those two teams. TCU defeated Kansas 38-27. Looking at other games down here, Duke defeated rival North Carolina 21-20. How about the Duke Blue Devils? Don't sleep on them. They are definitely probably a dark horse team in the ACC now, especially after this win against North Carolina in a rivalry game. And then Texas, they defeated Mississippi State. First win for Texas as a SEC program. They defeated Mississippi State 35-13. Arch Manning made his second career start. And then Colorado defeated UCF 48-21. Colorado looking very good as they go into Big 12 play. And then looking at other games down here, that's all the final scores that we have for you. And now we take a look at some score updates for you as we're still at halftime here of this game. Clemson leads Stanford 20-7, 1:17 to go in that third quarter of play in that game. Iowa State leads on the road at Houston 13-0 as they're in the fourth quarter of play. And then we take a look at some other games down the list here. Ohio State leads Michigan State in the third quarter 24-7. Penn State leads in the third quarter against Illinois 14-7. Very competitive game going on there. LSU leads at halftime against South Alabama 35-3. And then SMU leads at halftime against Florida State 14-9. SMU playing in their ACC as an ACC opponent. And then Texas Tech and Cincinnati, they're all tied up at 24 all at halftime. With 9 seconds to go, I should say, in the second quarter of play. Forgot to mention another final score for you earlier today. It was Kentucky pulling off the upset against 6th-ranked Ole Miss. That's probably been the biggest upset so far in week number 5, but this one right here might be another big upset depending on what happens here in the second half. We should have the second half coming up for you in just a few more minutes, but again, your score at halftime is Alabama 30, Georgia 7. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live here to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024 week number 5 action here in the SEC Conference. Getting ready to start the third quarter of play. Alabama leads Georgia 30-7. A dominating performance, an absolute dominating performance by the Tide offense, and the defense has come out to play as well. Well, Georgia, a couple of mistakes in that first half by Carson Beck. It has been really just a tough outgoing here by the Bulldogs offense in the first half of play as well. So Alabama's going to kick off at the 20. Remember, there was some unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against Alabama after the final play of the first half. Alabama's going to kick it away, and we're underway here in the second half. Ball returned from the 15-yard line, gets to the 30 for 35-40, and a great return there by the Georgia Bulldogs, again due to that kickoff. And Georgia will start the ball here they'll start out with the ball here in the start of the second half of play. Again, what does Georgia need to do here to get back in this ball game? And also, can they just try to create explosive plays here going forward? They'll start out with great field position, though. This is probably the best starting field position that Georgia's had all night long. Ball at the 41-yard line. Back out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Going to hand it off here, toss it to Etienne here on this play. And Etienne gets tripped up, probably for a loss of 1. And Georgia, obviously, a lot of frustration in that first half. Can they control their emotions here in order to kind of get back in this game and try to make this one a lesser of a blowout? And we will see what happens. But again, it was all Alabama in that first half, thanks to Jalen Milroe's passing and also his running game. No gain on that last play. Second out and 10. Back at the original line of scrimmage. Beck out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Beck's going to lob it downfield here. And that one was another dangerous throw by Beck. He overthrew his receiver, and it's incomplete. We have just not seen a lot of great throws here by Carson Beck here tonight. He has just been so uncomfortable in that pocket, and it's just not been working out well for him in this game. Georgia is now 0 for 5 on third downs. They were 0 for 5 in that first half on third down conversion attempts. Back out of the shotgun here on this third down and 10. Alabama with the blitz coming. Beck in trouble. Down he goes, and it's a sack on the play. Sacked back at the 30-yard line, maybe the 29. And all the frustration still continues here for Georgia. That defense for Alabama is unstoppable. In a big game like this, you came ready to play, and that's the main thing. We just wasn't sure how good this Alabama defense was going to be, and it looks like it's really paying off against a really good Georgia offense. So Georgia's going to punt the football away. It's a high punt. Fair catch at about the 26-yard line. 44-yard punt. We'll see the Alabama offense out for the first time in this second half of play. Jalen Milroe, 18 of 20 in that, or 18 of 21 in that first half of play. 199 yards of passing. And rushing has been a big thing for this Alabama offense, and also the running game of Jalen Milroe. That's been causing the Georgia defense a lot of problems. Milroe out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Milroe going to keep it for himself here on a read option keeper, stiff arm. And he goes out of bounds for a gain of about 1, maybe 2. Jalen Milroe's parents are in the house. Boy, a lot of people doubted Jalen Milroe last year when he became the starting quarterback. There was just a lot of questions about him, but once he got into it, he's been getting better and better ever since day one when he came the starting quarterback last year and replaced Bryce Young. And he's definitely come a long way. Milrow the shotgun here on 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Pump fakes to the right. Milrow is going to try to run for it now on the left side. Gets past the 30. Takes a big shot to the 32-yard line. It'll be 3rd down coming up. And you expect Alabama to kind of slow the game down here in the second half. And it looks like that's what they're doing because they're up 30-7. They can just try to really waste that clock down. They know that they got this game up big here, but you still want to score in this game. 3rd down and 4. Alabama's 2 of 5 on 3rd downs in that first half. They didn't have a lot of them because they were picking up first downs after first downs. Milrow will throw here on 3rd down. Fires off a flip pass, and it's incomplete. Bernard, the intended receiver. And Alabama will go 3 and out on their opening drive here of the second half. You got to feel like both teams, after a physical first half of play, we're going to probably starting to see both teams get a little bit tired. But Milrow, incomplete on that pass. They will punt the football away. Anthony Evans, the third back deep to return. Burnett is the punter for Alabama. High, deep punt, and it will be taken from the 20-yard line. Breaking tackle, but he'll be brought down at about that 20-yard line, maybe the 19. Good special teams tackling by Alabama special teams. Carson Beck's back out on the field. We will take a quick break here as Georgia goes back to work. Your score as we're in the third quarter of play, it's Alabama 30, Georgia 7. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football week number 5 action of the 2024 season in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action here in the SEC Conference. just underway here in the second half of play as Alabama leads 30-7 over the Georgia Bulldogs. It has been all tied since the beginning of this ball game. Georgia back out on offense, 11:50 to go here in the third quarter of play. First down and 10 as they start from their own 20-yard line. Beck out of the shotgun, takes a snap, fakes the handoff, fires on the run here. Pass is complete. No, dropped at the last second. It's incomplete. It was almost ruled kind of like a fumble, but instead they rolled incomplete. So I tell you what, Carson Beck has really thrown on the run here tonight, and also he's just not been able to get comfortable in the pocket. It has just been a tough night for Carson Beck on the offensive side of the football. Probably the toughest game he's played so far in his Georgia career. Second out and 10. After the incompletion, Beck gets the snap. A quick throw here to the right side. It's caught and knocked down at around the 25. He'll be spotted at the 24. Catch made by Lovett, number 6. It'll be third down coming up. Third down in about 6. Again, I've been so impressed with this Alabama team. You got to get a lot of credit to them. They may not be the same Alabama team under Nick Saban, but I assure you, Kalen DeBoer's got something under his. He's got something going here with this Alabama team going the rest of the way. Carson Beck will throw here on 3rd and 6. He's under pressure, and Beck takes off now. Tries to go sideways, and Carson Beck is going to be just shy of the first down. It looked like he can just go straight away and he could get the first down, but instead he runs sideways and he'll not get the first down there. He had to get to the 30-yard line. It'll be spotted at the 29. And now it will be 4th down coming up, and Georgia staying out on the field on offense. Beck hands it off to his tailback. Did he get there? Powers his way forward, and it looks like it's spotted just at the marker. And it's a first down for Georgia. So a 4th down conversion, the second 4th down conversion that Georgia has converted here tonight. Number 32, Jones, was the one that carried the football here. And yeah, they powered their way to the first down marker, so a good call by the official. Georgia now goes quick tempo. They are inside the 30-yard line after that 4th down conversion successful attempt. Beck out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Beck drops to throw. In trouble again. He's going to take off running again to the 35 and slides down close to that 40-yard line. He'll be down at about the 38, maybe the 39. Not a bad run. Gain of about 8, maybe 9. I'll give him 7, actually, so it looks like his knee probably touched it before he could get to the 38 or 39-yard line. Back out of the shotgun, takes a snap, a quick throw here to the left side to Lovett. Lovett, look out, 45, 40, 35, and down to the 30-yard line. There is a flag down on the play. Let's see what the flag is. I'm pretty sure it's going to come back, maybe for a holding. And yes, that's what it is. So a 10-yard penalty. And that'll remain second down. So a long second down now here for Georgia instead of second down and about 3. I would say second down and 13. So after a big play by Georgia, that backs them up after that holding call. Nine minutes, 15 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Georgia trails 30-7. Again, it's been all tied here. If you're just joining us here, thank you for listening to this live play-by-play broadcast. If you don't have the channel of this ball game, I'm here to give the official play-by-play of this ball game. Second out and 6. And now there's a flinch up front, and it's going to be a flag against Georgia for false start. My, oh my. More issues for the Georgia offense. It's not just been Carson Beck. It's also been these flags and these penalties. 6 penalty against Georgia. Alabama has 7, so both of these teams have had some penalty problems in this game. Beck going to hand it off here to his tailback Robinson, and he'll get about a yard. I'll tell you what, this defensive line for Alabama is playing like they did against Wisconsin, stopping the run game of Georgia and pressuring Carson Beck as much as they can in this ball game, and that's what they've been doing pretty much throughout the entire night. Again, I was expecting a close game, a low-scoring type game, but this Alabama team is just, they have come ready to play. They have made Georgia so uncomfortable in this game. 3rd down and 10. Georgia still looking for their first 3rd down conversion in this ball game. Beck gets the snap, a quick throw here to the right side. It's caught, breaking a tackle, and pushed out of bounds close to that 1st down. And Georgia's probably going to go for it here on 4th down here in this situation. Again, Georgia just, it's do or die time because you're trailing 30-7. And again, it's just been all Alabama in this ball game. So make it 4th down and 3. 4th down and 3, they need to get it to the 40-yard line. They're inside the 43. Beck to throw here on 4th down. He's going to go over the middle. Catch is made inside the 41-yard line, and it looks like it's enough for a 1st down, and it is. So Georgia with another 4th down successful conversion attempt. They are now 3 out of 3 on 4th downs tonight. Boy, what a wild week it's been here in college football. Again, it started with Kentucky upsetting Ole Miss. Saw a lot of close calls from other games, but this one might be the biggest surprise of the night. Beck out of the shotgun, takes a snap on 1st down and 10 at the 41. Beck goes down the middle and batted down incomplete. Almost could have been picked off by the Tide. Beck has thrown a couple of interceptions tonight, all of them coming in the first half of play. .6:38 to go here in the 3rd quarter of play. 2nd down and 10 here for Georgia inside the 41. 11th play of the current drive. Beck gets the snap. He's going to hand it off here to his tailback ETN. Tough run, gets to about that 46-yard line. 3rd down coming up, and again, Georgia's still looking for their first 3rd down conversion in this ball game. Twelfth play of the current drive here for the Bulldogs. That Alabama defense has been out on the field for quite a while. 3rd down and 5. Georgia 0 for 8 on 3rd downs. Beck gets the snap at the 46. Beck, he's going to go long here on this play, and it's incomplete. That one intended for Lovett. And now it's 4th down, and Kirby Smart wanted a pass interference called on that play, but won't get it. These referees, well, I tell you what, I feel like maybe you got away with a pass interference call if you're an Alabama fan. That is a catchable ball, but either way, it's incomplete. So, and Kirby Smart's hat comes off on his headset. 5 minutes, 53 seconds to go. Got an injured Alabama player on the field. We'll take a quick break here. We're in the 3rd quarter of play with 5:53 to remaining in this 3rd quarter of play. Your score is Alabama 30, Georgia 7. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action of the 2024 season in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live here to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action of the 2024 season. Your score as we're in the third quarter of play with 5:53 remaining. It is Alabama 30, Georgia 7. It has just been an all-time absolute beatdown by the Crimson Tide as Alabama is looking to go to 4-0 on the season. But this third quarter, Georgia has kind of controlled the clock here. They're still out on the field. They're going to go for it here on 4th and 5. Alabama jumped. It's going to be an offsides, but it's a free play. Incomplete, but it's going to be a flag down on the play, and it's going to be against Alabama's defense, and that will be an automatic first down. A couple of flags down, they say. 2 fouls. So there were 2 fouls on the play. It was a holding against Georgia, and then Alabama, it was a offside penalty. So both penalties offset. Replay 4th down. So Georgia will try again. Georgia tonight, 3 out of 3 on 4th downs. They've done a good job of that, but they've been unsuccessful on 3rd down conversions. Look to get another 4th down conversion here to extend the drive. They're inside the 46. Beck out of the shotgun, takes the snap, drops the throw. Beck incomplete on this play. And a flag comes in. Looks like it's going to be a pass interference. Not sure who it was, though. Was it against the... Yeah, it was against the Tide, so 15-yard penalty does give Georgia an automatic first down. We've seen a lot of pass interference calls here on both sides of the football here tonight and on both of these teams. .5:43 to go in the third quarter of play. Georgia trying to get their first touchdown here in the second half. 13th play of the drive. 6 minutes they've been on this drive. Beck to throw. Beck's going to go long downfield again, and that one almost intercepted. But I tell you what, Beck's had a lot of those lobbing throws downfield. They just have not been connecting. That Alabama secondary has been everywhere when Beck has thrown a lobbing pass down the field, deep down the sideline. Man, that would have been the 3rd interception again. It was into the hands, actually, of the Georgia receiver, but also batted down. Carson Beck out of the shotgun here on 2nd down and 10. Beck fakes the handoff, throws it here to the right side. Catch made by Lovett. Lovett away to the 25, 20, 15, and out of bounds, close to the 10-yard line. Boy, Lovett, with great speed, makes a couple-man miss, and he gets a first down for Georgia. So now Georgia inside the red zone. Play 15 in the drive. Beck to throw. Fakes the handoff. Beck to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Smith, number 11. And finally, Georgia ends the drought. And also, they finally end the drive with a touchdown pass of their own. So finally, the Georgia Bulldogs finally in that drought, and they are going to go for the 2-point conversion here with 5:06 to play in the third. Back out of the shotgun, ball inside the 3-yard line. Beck will roll to his right here for a 2-point conversion. Goes to the end zone. It's in the back of the end zone. It's caught. And the 2-point conversion is good. So with that 2-point conversion, Georgia makes it a 30-15 ball game. Georgia still trails by 20 plus here in this one. Or excuse me, 30-15 makes it a 15-point game. So not over yet, folks. We got 5:06 to go here in the third quarter of play. We'll take another quick break here. Your score is Alabama 30, Georgia 15. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football week number 5 action in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football week number 5 action. We're in the third quarter of play. 30-15 is the score. Ryan Williams on the return for Alabama as we're back in action. And the 17-year-old gets to about that 20-yard line. Not over yet, folks. It's a 15-point game. Again, it's been all Alabama in this game, but the Tide have been pretty good on the offense, but the Georgia offense goes 15 plays, and they get a touchdown pass by Carson Beck. And the Bulldogs make it a 15-point game. It's 30-15 here in the third quarter of play. 5 minutes to play here in the third. Milroe out of the shotgun. First time we've seen Alabama's offense out there in a while. Here's a toss here to Miller on the left side. And gets about no gain on the play, maybe about one, but I think he got no gain as I looked at it. Second down and about 10 coming up here for Alabama. No gain on that last play. Ball inside the 21-yard line. Milroe out of the shotgun. One receiver to the right, two to the left. Milroe pump fakes. Milroe goes right side. Catch made. Ryan Williams with a first down for the Tide. Now Alabama's looking to go back to hurry-up mode. Ball inside now the 32 or the 33-yard line. Milroe drops back to throw. Milroe is going to go deep down the field. Goes for the freshman. Ryan Williams juggles it, but he catches it. Inside the 20 to the 15. Ryan Williams all the way out to the 13-yard line. Holy cow. Ryan Williams. How did he manage to catch that football? I have no idea. He juggles it, and with his skills, he catches it. How is this kid 17 years old? He should still be in high school, but he is at the college level and playing like a college athlete. That kind of reminded me of the play that Georgia in that Auburn game back in like 2014, I believe. Ryan Williams with a big catch for the Tide here in the third quarter. And Alabama is now inside the red zone with a chance to put the Tide up by 20-plus points. A huge catch for Ryan Williams. Stoppage of play. Georgia player down on the field. It's Walker, number 11. 3 minutes, 32 seconds to play in the third. Alabama leads 30-15. This is a really big-time drive for this Georgia defense. If they can make a big stop here, they could try to make this a ball game once again. Georgia has not led once in this ball game. It's been all Alabama. Ryan Williams is the number 3 overall recruit in the 2024 class in the ESPN 300. 4 touchdown receptions this year. Tied for most by an FBS freshman. And now a stoppage of play here. Ryan Williams with his biggest reception and also his biggest yardage out of a catch. He's got 102 yards in this ball game for the receiving. Again, this guy is only 17 years old, and he's just starting up. He has definitely a bright future ahead of him. We've seen a lot of great Alabama receivers in the history of college football in the Alabama program, especially when Nick Saban was here. Amari Cooper, Devontae Smith, almost a lot of legends. First down and 10, ball at the 13. Keeper by Milroe. Milroe to the gets out of bounds. And Milroe close to about that 10-yard line. He'll be probably brought down at about the 11. Alabama just trying to maybe waste the clock down, and they can probably go into the fourth quarter with a 15-point lead. Second down and 8. Ball inside that 11-yard line. Milroe out of the shotgun all by himself. Now they go with a jet sweep. Nope, Milroe is going to keep it for himself. Makes a move, but he's going to be brought down for about a loss of 2. And that's what Georgia definitely needed on the defensive side of the football to make it now a third down situation here for the Tide. So third down, a big third down coming up here for this Georgia defense. Third down and 10. Ball at the 13. Milroe out of the shotgun, takes a snap. Milroe, quick throw here to the right, and it's caught close to that 10-yard line. And now it's a fourth down decision here for Alabama. Do they kick the field goal? And I believe they're going to do that to try to make this an 18-point ball game. So fourth down, and Alabama's going to kick the field goal. Graham Nicholson, he's only 0 for 1 this year. 28-yard attempt. Just 1 minute 30 seconds to go in the third. There's the snap. The kick on the way. Just sneaks in there. That would have been a really lucky break for Georgia, but either way, Alabama sneaks it in there to make it an 18-point game. So here in the third quarter of play, it's now Alabama 33, Georgia 15. Score update for you: Ohio State's going to win big against Michigan State, 38-7. Just 4:50 to go in that ball game. Ohio State looking like the team that we expected them to be. Of course, the Big Ten, Michigan winning against Minnesota, 27-24. Penn State's in action. I haven't seen a score update. The last time I saw it was 14-7. Penn State in front. So Alabama's going to kick off here. 1 minute 23 seconds to play in the third quarter of play. Georgia has outscored Alabama 7-3. Fair catch called by the Bulldogs. Georgia had a 15-play drive that resulted in a passing touchdown by Beck last time out. Boy, it would be huge if Georgia could get a touchdown here and try to make this an even kind of ball game. And going into that fourth quarter, they might have some momentum. Again, this game is not over. Don't ever count out this Georgia team. They came back against Kentucky. Beck has not played his best, but he knows what it takes to come back from this deficit. Beck will throw here on first down, and it's incomplete. Off the hands of the intended receiver. No flag on the play. There was a lot of contact. 5:40 to go in the fourth quarter of play between Penn State and Illinois. It's 14-7. Nittany Lions in front. That's been an ugly game there. A defensive battle, which we expected. Second out and 10 after the incompletion for Beck. Ball at the 25. Etienne going to get the carry here. He'll get about a 4-yard gain, close to about that 30-yard line. So now it's a third down here. Georgia's not been really successful on third downs tonight. They've been really struggling on third down in this one. 50 seconds to go. Georgia 0 for 9 on third downs tonight. Back out of the shotgun here on third down and 6. Sends a guy in motion to the right. Beck throws it down the middle, and he's got a man. First down. Arian Smith with the catch, who had the receiving touchdown for Georgia on that long drive last time out. That's the first third down conversion successful attempt by Georgia here tonight. Beck fakes the toss. Beck going to go long downfield, incomplete. Just off the hands of his intended receiver. And it's now second down and 10 coming up with just 12 seconds to play in the third. Alabama leads 33-12. Or 33-15, I should say. Second down and 10. Carson Beck, 15 out of 31 in this ball game, 175 yards. Beck on second down, fakes the handoff. Beck's going to fire on the run, and pass is complete. at the 40-yard line and down to about that 42. That will be the final play of this third quarter. That'll take us to the fourth. Well, Georgia cut it to 15. Alabama gets a sneaky field goal to put them up by 18 points. We head to the fourth quarter next. This is where it's going to be decided. Alabama leads Georgia. Your score at the end of the third quarter of play, it's Alabama 33, Georgia 15. We head to the fourth here next. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel in the SEC Conference. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action. It is fourth quarter time in our game of the weekend. Alabama leads Georgia 33-15 as we get this fourth quarter underway. It's an 18-point game. Still plenty of time for a comeback here for the Bulldogs. Back out of the shotgun here on this third down attempt. Etienne gets dropped for the backfield to start this third quarter of play, or this fourth quarter of play. Tackle made by Lawson, number 0. So this is a big fourth down coming up here for Georgia, and they hustle to the line. Ball at the 41-yard line. Back out of the shotgun here on 4th and 6. Georgia's been pretty good on fourth downs in this ball game. Back out of the shotgun. Alabama stacked up with 3 guys on the defensive line. Back across the middle, and it's caught inside the 45-yard line. A big fourth down conversion again by Georgia. And the Bulldogs, again, have been so successful on fourth down conversions, and that's been the case. They continued that here in the second half. Back out of the shotgun as they go quick tempo. First down and 10. Beck rolls to his right, pump fakes. Beck fumbles the football. It's loose at the 45, and it's recovered by the Tide. Alabama's got the football. Georgia turns it over for the third time tonight. Huge mistake by Georgia here as we start the fourth quarter. But if you're an Alabama fan, that is a big turnover that you forced in this ball game. But again, Carson Beck has been rolling out like this the whole night. Just a little too careless there. That's a big careless mistake there by the Bulldogs. First down and 10. Ball at the 47-yard line in Georgia territory. Carry by Haynes. Good, decent gain. Second down coming up. 5-yard pickup, second down and 5. Alabama goes quick tempo here. Even though they got an 18-point lead, they want to kind of be aggressive here in the fourth quarter to put this game out of reach here for the Bulldogs. Milroe out of the shotgun, takes a snap. Milroe's going to keep it here on a speed option, kind of like keeper. And Milroe gets only about a yard. Definitely not the play you want. If you're Alabama, they got a third down and 4 coming up. Third down and 4. Just underway here in this fourth quarter of play. It's an 18-point game. Alabama's only 2 out of 7 on third downs tonight. They haven't been successful, but they kind of need a third down here in this one in order to kind of extend the game out. Milroe, play action, trying to set up a screen. It's caught. Haynes will be stopped for a loss. And now it's fourth down. That looked like a miscommunication by the Bama offense. Haven't seen a lot of explosiveness by this Alabama offense here in the second half. They've only scored 3 points. All their points coming in the first half with touchdowns. They've been forcing turnovers on the defensive side of the football as well. Fourth down. James Burnett will punt the football away for the Crimson Tide. Anthony Evans III back deep. There's the little pooch kick. And it bounces into the end zone for a touchback. Boy, Alabama nearly had a chance to down it at the 1-yard line. So Alabama will take a quick break here as we'll see the Georgia offense trying to cut this lead to single digits. Can they do that? We'll take a quick break. Your score, Alabama 33, Georgia 15. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action of the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. It's the fourth quarter of play. Alabama leads 33-15. It's an 18-point ball game. Georgia with a chance here to cut it to single digits, perhaps, to get back in this ball game to make it an interesting finish. As they start from the 20-yard line after the touchback from the punt. Beck's going to go deep here down the field, incomplete. Batted down by the Alabama secondary defender. Score update, final score update, Ohio State beats Michigan State 38-7. Ohio State looks like they're the favorites to win the Big Ten Conference just based off of that performance. Oregon's still playing tonight against UCLA. We'll find out how good the Ducks are. The Buckeyes and the Ducks do play on October 12th. That ought to be a good one there. Second down and 10 after the incompletion by Beck. Beck looks to throw. Beck escapes from pressure and then fires it off complete. Trevor Etienne with the catch. It'll be just shy of the first down. Georgia converted on their first third down conversion, I should say, of this entire ball game. They have another third down opportunity here, but they've been so successful on fourth down conversions. Georgia's 1 for 11 on third downs. Third down and 3. Beck out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Beck in trouble. Gets hit as he throws and incomplete. Almost picked off. And now it will be fourth down. So Georgia's going to have to go for a fourth down and 3 play here on this one. They've been so successful, though, on fourth downs in this game. That's been the biggest strength tonight by this Georgia offense. Even though their offense has not been able to execute well offensively. They're 4 out of 4 on fourth downs. Can they make it 5? Fourth down and 3. Beck looking to throw. Plenty of time. Downfield shot, and it's incomplete. Now flags down. And we'll see what this call is. Is it a pass interference against Alabama? And it's a holding. Holding against Alabama, and it will be enough for a Georgia first down. So Georgia gets a lucky break there. 10:35 to play in this ball game. Georgia trailing 33-15. That's the 9th penalty of the game for Alabama. Both teams have had a lot of penalties here tonight. Beck out of the shotgun, inside the 37, takes a snap. Beck throws it downfield, and he's got a man. Nice catch inside the 42-yard line, close to that 40. And that's a good throw by Carson Beck. That's the Carson Beck that we want to see. Georgia goes quickly to the line. They get the snap. Beck, he's going to take another deep shot here, and a catch is made to the 15, 10, and all the way out to about the 8-yard line. And this Georgia team now starting to increase the offense up a little bit. I don't know. I think Georgia may have got away with a push-off, but it's first and goal anyway, inside the 8. Beck, lob into the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown, Georgia. And all of a sudden, Georgia's back in this game. The Georgia Bulldogs now strike again here in the fourth quarter of play, or I should say in the second half of play. Carson Beck with his second touchdown pass. They're going to try to go for a 2-point conversion to try to cut this to a 10-point game. Beck goes out of the shotgun here on this two-point conversion attempt. He throws it here. That's batted down, incomplete. So two-point conversion does fail for the Georgia Bulldogs with 9 minutes and 46 seconds to play. Georgia still trails by double digits, but it's a 12-point game. Don't go away, folks. Your score, Alabama 33, Georgia 21. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference of 2024, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. Don't go away, folks. This game is not over yet. We got 9:46 to go here in this ball game. Alabama 33, Georgia 21. It's kind of been all Georgia here in the second half. A couple of, a pair of fourth down conversions have got them back in this ball game. It was all tied in that first half. They've only scored 3 here in the second half. Can they hold on to put Georgia a loss on their resume here? It is a 12-point game. Don't count out this Georgia team, like I said. And fair catch will be called by the Crimson Tide on the return of the kickoff. Boise State and Washington State going at it there. Boise State, of course, a future Pac-12 conference newcomer in 2026. I'm very excited to see the Pac-12 coming back. I don't know if it's going to be a Power 5 conference, though, if we bring back the Power 4 teams, or Power 5. Boise State, though, leads 10-7. Milroe out of the shotgun here as they start from the 25. He'll look to throw. Pump fakes. Milroe, downfield shot, incomplete. And it's second down coming up. A little bit of a high throw by Milroe. Well, I tell you what, this Alabama team, explosive in the first half, not as explosive in the second half. Let's see if they could try to get a big play here. They had that big play with Ryan Williams, but could not convert with a touchdown or just the field goal, it seems like. Miller out of the shotgun. Ball at the 25. Takes the snap. Milroe going to keep it here on a quarterback keeper. He's going to try to get to the edge. Knocked out of bounds at around that 29-yard line, close to that 30. Gain of about 4. So third down coming up here for the Tide. A huge third down here if you're Georgia's defense. I know Alabama's just trying to hurry up tempo, but they got to continue to waste that clock down. Alabama's not been really good on third downs tonight. They're 2 out of 8. Milroe out of the shotgun, takes a snap. Milroe drops the throw. Down the middle, he's got a man. First down inside the 45-yard line. And they do convert on a big third down conversion attempt there, it seems like, in order to continue this drive and try to waste that clock down. If you're the coaching staff of Alabama. Beautiful throw by Milroe over the middle. The receiver did slip down, but he was able to catch the football and maintain control of it. 8:30 now to go in this fourth quarter. Milroe's going to hand it off to his tailback Miller, and he'll lose a yard. Kristen Miller with the tackle. Again, Alabama just trying to waste that clock down as much as they can. They're up by 12. Don't need to be aggressive here. They lose yardage on that play, so second down and 11. One of these two teams is 0. They're both 3-0, is going to go to 1. Milroe out of the shotgun, takes a snap. Milroe's going to keep it for himself. No gain. Nowhere to go for Jalen Milroe. Georgia tried to strip the ball away, but it was no good. And now Alabama's going to hurry up to the line here on this third down. Third down and about 11. Another long third down try here for Alabama. Milroe drops back to throw. He's in trouble. Got hit as he threw, and it's incomplete. Batted down. And Milroe takes a huge hit, and now it's fourth down. Great stop by this Georgia defense. That'll stop the clock on that incompletion with 7:23 to go in this fourth quarter. Still plenty of time here for the Georgia Bulldogs to come back in this ball game, as Alabama's going to punt the football away. Boy, this Alabama offense has not been the best here in the second half. And flag down, it looks like a delay of game. False start, actually, so 5-yard penalty, fourth down. Georgia's got 3 timeouts left. Don't forget about the 2-minute timeout, though, which will come at the 2-minute mark. Alabama's going to punt it away, trying to keep this short of the end zone. Bounces. And be around that 20-yard line. They'll spot it at the 22. So we'll see the Georgia offense take the field. They got a chance to make it a single-digit ball game. Can they do it? Your score, Alabama 33, Georgia 21 here in the fourth quarter of play. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action of 2024 in the SEC Conference, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live here to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel, live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference. 33-21 is your score here between the Alabama Crimson Tide and the Georgia Bulldogs. One of these two teams is going to see their 3-0 record be a 3-1. It is definitely coming down to the wire here, folks, but Georgia trying to make this a single-digit game. They're down by 12 with 7:14 remaining. First down and 10 here for Georgia inside the 22. Beck gets the snap. Carson Beck's got plenty of time. Throws it here, and it's caught inside the 50-yard line at midfield. And that is an explosive play to start this drive for the Georgia Bulldogs. And all of a sudden, folks, it's changing things up here in this fourth quarter. This Georgia team isn't going away. First down and 10. Ball at the 48. Beck to throw. Beck got time. Beck's going to go for a long ball, and he's got a receiver down there. It's caught inside the 1-yard line by Smith. First and goal, Georgia. You got to be kidding me. These Georgia receivers have stepped up to the table here in this second half. Here comes Georgia to the line. We have some whistles. My goodness, Georgia, 2 big throws and 2 big plays, and they're inside the 1-yard line. First down and goal. You got to feel frustrated if you're an Alabama fan. Carson Beck out of the shotgun here. First and goal. Hands it off to his tailback. Nowhere to go. No gain on the play. About a 2-yard loss, maybe 3. 5:55 to go in this ball game. Georgia trails 33-21. There's an injured Georgia offensive player. Georgia was trailing at the half 30-7. They have scored some unanswered points in this ball game. Some of them being 2-point conversion attempts. This Georgia team, again, you can never count them out. You know, you could never count them out against Kentucky a couple weeks ago. Final score update for you. Penn State beats Illinois 21-7 in a really low-scoring type game there, but Penn State prevails. They improved to 4-0. $5:53 to go here in this ball game, and again, Alabama leads by 12. But Georgia, it's been a wild day here in the SEC, to be honest. Kentucky started with them upsetting Ole Miss. We saw Oklahoma come back from 11 down to beat Auburn on the road. And now we got this game, Georgia and Alabama. Texas A&M beat Arkansas 21-17. And Tennessee obviously had a bye week this weekend. They'll get ready for Arkansas. That'll be a pretty good game there. Second out and goal. Ball is inside the 3. Georgia hustles to the line here in a hurry. Alabama stacks everybody up. So does Georgia. Beck. A little end around and he goes in for a touchdown. And Georgia cuts it to single digits. Dylan Bell, 3-yard rushing touchdown for the Bulldogs. And with that score, it's now a one-possession ball game. And there's another player down This time it's an Alabama player. My, oh my. With an extra point coming up here for Georgia, this would make it a 5-point game. Boy, Georgia has just not gone away in this ball game. You can never panic when your team is down by a big margin. Alabama opened up this game with a 28-0 lead. And now it's Georgia with unanswered points here in the second half. Largest comeback win in school history was 25 points. They have just passed that margin. Tonight they trailed by 28. Extra point try to make this a 5-point game. Snap, good hold. Extra point's good. And like I said, folks, it's not over yet. Georgia's still got a chance. We got 5 minutes, 39 seconds to play. What did Kirby Smart say in that locker room to motivate his Georgia team? It is now 33 to 28. A 5-point game. Alabama just has not been able to get things going on the offensive side of the football in this second half. They've only had one big play, and that was about it, to Ryan Williams catching the football. But that ended up being a field goal for them. Georgia will kick off. Alabama, if you're them, you just want to try to waste that clock down and see if you can just continue the drive as much as you can. Carson Beck really fired up on that sideline, motivating his team. And oh my goodness, Ryan Williams muffed the football. And the ball will be spotted at the 3-yard line. You got to be kidding me. What has happened to Alabama here in the second half? Well, I tell you what, that looked like an outfield play. Adams and Williams, the two receivers, were saying you had the football. I just heard the announcement from Kirk Herbstreit. Alabama had 355 yards in the first half. They had 98 here in the second half. And this game has been totally different here since the start of the second half of play. Milroe out of the shotgun. He's going to hand it off to his tailback, Miller. Gets a little decent gain on the play. This is definitely going to be a big-time stop here by this Georgia defense if they can cover it. Again, it's not over yet, folks. Georgia trailed 28-0 in the second quarter of play. They trailed 30-7 at the half. They're back in this game. Milroe throws it and into traffic. Bernard looks like he has the catch, and it is a first down. My goodness. Well, I tell you what, Milroe looked like he got pressured and hit as he threw that football, but he was able to rifle it in, and it's a completed pass. First down and 10, ball at the 17. Alabama just trying to make this game go away. Here's a Haynes with the carry. Number 22 for Alabama gets close to that 20. Second down coming up. We still got the 2-minute timeout. There's about 4:22 to go here in this ball game. Alabama leads 33-28. Georgia's not going to use any of their timeouts just yet. Ball at the 19. Milroe to throw on second down. He's going to throw it here on 2nd and 9. Catch is made. Kind of a dangerous kind of play there by this Alabama offense. 4-yard pickup, it looks like. Third down coming up. They're going to say 3rd down and 4. Alabama's not been really good on third downs tonight. They need a big third down here to extend this drive. 3 out of the 10 on third downs tonight for the Tide. There's the snap. Milroe, pressure coming. Gets it to his receiver. Haynes breaks a tackle, and he's going to be short of the first down. Big time stop by this Georgia defense. And now a do or die situation here for Alabama. And it looks like from the lip reading of Kalen DeBoer, he's probably going to punt this football away. My goodness. That's a big-time stop by this Georgia defense on this third down play, but now they'll punt the football away. James Burnett, it's been a busy second half for him. Fair catch at the 33, maybe the 34-yard line. An incredible comeback here by Georgia if they can go down the field and get a touchdown to take the lead. Boy, you just never know what can happen here in college football. We thought we were expecting a close game, especially in that first half, but Georgia just did definitely not look like the same team that they did against Clemson in week 1. 2:42 remaining, 3 timeouts to go. Georgia trying to have their biggest comeback ever. They trail 33-28 with 2:42 remaining. Beck out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. Beck, plenty of time. Pump fakes. Goes for a long ball. Downfield. He's got a man wide open. 25-20, 15, 10, 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia. Georgia takes the lead. 57-yard bomb. This place is absolutely quiet. But I am hyped up, ladies and gentlemen. This is what college football is all about. And I think Georgia's going to go for 2 to try to make this a 3-point game. Oh my goodness, folks. What a comeback from Georgia. You have got to be kidding me. It was a 67-yard bomb, I should say, not a 57-yarder. Back out of the shotgun as they go for 2. Beck will throw. Beck's going to keep it for himself. Stretches, but it's no good. So the 2-point conversion is no good, and they will keep the lead, though, 34-33. My, oh my, ladies and gentlemen. It was 30-7 at the half. Alabama just has had a field goal here in the second half. Georgia has all touchdowns in the second half. 1 2-point conversion, and it's now Georgia leading 34-33 in the fourth quarter. Again, like I said, you can never count out this Georgia team. This is a national championship team. Kirby Smart is a coach that can motivate you, and that is what has happened in this ball game. I'm going to lose my voice tomorrow after this game. I'm telling you, this is one of the best games I've watched so far this year, and definitely the best broadcast that we've had so far. Georgia kicks it off. And that one goes into the end zone for a touchback. Here comes the Alabama offense. Very explosive offensive performance in the first half, but second half, it has been all Georgia. 3 timeouts left for the Tide. We still got the 2-minute timeout as well. It's been a struggling second half here for Milroe. Can he get things going? Can this Tide offense get anything going? Milroe out of the shotgun, 1st down and 10. He's going to throw here on 1st down, and he's going to take a deep shot of his own, and what a catch! Ryan Williams spins free. Ryan Williams down the sideline, and he's going to go in. Touchdown Tide! 75 yards to answer back by the Crimson Tide. You got to be kidding me. Holy Toledo! As soon as I say, they respond back. Alabama has the lead back here with 2:18 to go in the fourth. This is back and forth, folks. And we just hit the 4-hour mark on this broadcast. Alabama's going to go for the 2-point conversion to try to put themselves up by 7 points. Milroe, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, all by himself in the backfield. Milroe's going to throw. He's going to go for the 2 points. He's got a man there. Bernard grabs it for a 2-point conversion, and it's a 7-point game. Wow, what a ball game, folks. I'm just going to go ahead and let you know that I won't have any broadcasts coming up for the next couple weeks. I might do one maybe on October 12th. I'm going on vacation next weekend. I'll still do individual videos, but this is one of the best games. Definitely up to date. Ryan Williams, the young 17-year-old. Spin move and shows off that speed. Big touchdown for the Tide here in the fourth. After so many inconsistencies in the second half. Again, what a ball game, folks. What a ball game. This is what the SEC is all about, and this is what college football is all about. There's no question about it. 2 minutes, 18 seconds to go in this ball game. Overtime could be a factor as well. I like for this game to end because I'm getting worn out, but no matter what happens, this has been a great ball game. 551 to 464 total yards of offense between these two teams. Alabama has the advantage, but man, oh man. Fair catch called by the Georgia Bulldogs. Both teams with 3 timeouts remaining. Georgia with a first down coming up. We do have the 2-minute timeout to see if these two teams can just catch their breath. See if the fans can catch their breath as well. This is why these two teams have dominated the SEC over the years. Now let's see what happens here with 2:18 remaining. First down and 10 for Georgia. Plenty of time here for the Bulldogs. Just don't turn the ball over. That's the main thing. Back out of the shotgun, takes the snap, looks to his left. Pass is incomplete and dropped out of the hands. So incomplete, intended for Smith, number 11. And I tell you what, folks, again, this is one of the best games I have broadcasted so far this year. I wouldn't really trade it for anything. Beck on 2nd and 10. Beck's in trouble. He's going to take off running with it. Dives, and he's going to be marked short of the first down. It will be spotted at the 33. And a 2-minute timeout. So 2-minute timeout. We are coming down to the wire, folks. We'll take another quick break here. Your score, Alabama 41, Georgia 34. 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. This is a live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action in the SEC Conference of the 2024 season, live here on the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody, live to the Lucas Ross Sports YouTube channel. Live play-by-play broadcast of college football 2024. 2 minutes to go here in this one. Alabama 41, Georgia 34. A couple of back-and-forth touchdowns by both quarterbacks and receivers. 2 minutes remaining here. 3rd down and 2 for the Georgia Bulldogs with 3 timeouts remaining. They haven't been successful on 3rd downs tonight. Back out of the shotgun, takes a snap, hands it off to Trevor Etienne. He piles his way for a 1st down and more, and he gets down to about that 44-yard line, close to that 45. 1:51 to go. Georgia has all 3 timeouts remaining. And the question is, does Georgia go for a 2-point conversion once they get into the end zone? That'll be the question mark, but we still got a long way to figure that out. Beck will throw here on 1st down. Beck takes a deep shot. Oh, incomplete. That was a dangerous throw on the sideline. No flag down. A lot of contact there, but no flag. 1 minute, 32 seconds to go now here in this ball game. Again, it's just what a ball game this has been, folks. One of the best games I have watched here in college football so far this year. 2nd down and 10. Somebody's got to make a play here on the Alabama defense in order to make the big stop. Beck will throw here. It's caught. Out of bounds, and it will be close to the 1st down. It'll be 3rd down coming up. It stops the clock as they get out of bounds with 1 minute, 28 seconds to go. A 3rd down and 2 coming up. It's going to come down to whoever has the best cardio and also who the better coaching staff is and who those playmakers will be here going forward. Beck out of the shotgun here on 3rd down and 2. Beck fakes the handoff to Etienne. Beck fires lob downfield, incomplete. And it's incomplete pass, and now 4th down. 4th down and 2 coming up where Georgia's been so successful. Georgia's going to hustle to the line here. They're 4 out of 4 on 4th downs. Georgia maybe can try to jump them off sides here. Back out of the shotgun. Ball game on the line here for this Georgia team. Beck. 7 on the delay clock. Alabama probably going to show blitz. Beck to throw. Over the middle, complete. 1st down. Inside the 36-yard line, maybe the 35. Another big 4th down conversion for Georgia. Carson Beck is kind of like Bryce Young. When the game is on the line, you had to do something in order to finish this game off, and Jalen Milroe, his reaction tells the story. And we have an injured Alabama player on the field. Devontae Smith, not the wide receiver Devontae Smith, it's the defender. Score update for you. Oregon is in action as they take on UCLA. They're up 7-0 at the first quarter of play. One minute, 15 seconds to go. Georgia trailing 41-34. I'll tell you what, folks, let's see what happens here. See what happens here. And I forgot to mention, this is not the only wild finish that we've had so far. It's been Virginia Tech and Miami. About that game last night. 1st down and 10 with 1:15 to go in this ball game. Georgia inside the 36 in Alabama territory. Beck to throw, rolling to his right. Beck's going to take off and run with it, and he slides down for about a 3-yard gain. Clock running, 1 minute to play. And Kirby Smart takes his first timeout of the half. Remember, in this kind of situation, you don't want to turn the ball over either. I'll tell you what, I got to give credit to a lot to this Georgia team, and definitely Carson Beck. He was starting slow tonight. A couple of interceptions in the first half. First time we've seen him uncomfortable in the pocket, but he has now looked a lot comfortable here in the second half. Can they go into the end zone with a tie game on the line, or maybe a 2-point conversion to try to get them the win? But either way, Georgia trails by 7. 1 minute to play. Georgia called their first timeout of the fourth quarter. 2nd down and 8. Beck out of the shotgun, takes a snap. Beck going to go long downfield, incomplete. A little underthrown, and it's going to be 3rd down coming up. Young, number 8, was the intended receiver. No flags down. So here we go. 3rd down again for Georgia. This time a long 3rd down and 10. Or 3rd down and 8, I should say, with 52 seconds to go. My, oh my. Back out of the shotgun here on this 3rd down and 8. Delay clock down to 1. Gets the snap off. Beck in trouble. Flags all over the place. It's complete at the 20-yard line, but the question is, who is the flag on? Is it a holding? Or is it a false start against Georgia? Oh, it's an offsides against Alabama in the neutral zone. Boy, oh boy, that's a big penalty. Penalty is declined, though. The Georgia wide receiver got out of bounds to stop the clock with 49 seconds remaining. Beck out of the shotgun at the 20-yard line. Beck to throw. Beck's going to go to the end zone. Intercepted in the end zone. Alabama gets the turnover, and Alabama may have just clinched it. Oh my goodness, a huge turnover by Alabama with 43 seconds to play. And like I said on the early part of the drive for Georgia, you cannot turn the ball over with just a few seconds remaining. And that's exactly what happens in kind of big games like this. They can change the difference. The Alabama Crimson Tide gets the interception. Now Alabama's just going to have to run out the clock, even though Georgia has 2 timeouts left. Boy, the Bulldogs they've had a lot of turnovers here tonight. Milroe takes the knee. Georgia's going to take a timeout. Just try to run out the clock if you're Alabama here. My, oh my. Like I said, turnovers really can change ball games, and that's exactly what's happening in this one. Boy, Kalen DeBoer has done a well job here of motivating this Alabama team. That touchdown by Ryan Williams really motivated this Alabama team the rest of this game. It has been a frustrating second half for Alabama on the offense, but they got things going. Once this stream is complete, I'm not going to do final stats. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream out. Alabama takes the knee again. My goodness. Boy, Georgia almost came back. But Alabama is still Alabama. They are that program that still continues to dominate college football. Even without Nick Saban, Kalen DeBoer has done it. Alabama wins it. Your final score, Alabama 41, Georgia 34. Your player of the game for Lucas Ross Sports is going to be Jalen Milroe. What a ball game, folks. One of the best games I've broadcasted here on the channel and so far the college football season. Again, that does it. Georgia falls to 3-1 on the year. Alabama remains undefeated at 4-0, possibly the front runners in the SEC. Maybe tied for first place with Texas, but either way, they could be that team to make it to the SEC championship. And never know, playoff appearance as well. I'm going to go ahead and end things out. That does it here for this live play-by-play broadcast of college football, week number 5 action of the 2024 season in the SEC Conference. Again, your final score, Alabama 41, Georgia 34. So long, everybody, and have a great evening.